Well, good morning, everybody. How are you this morning? I thought we would do something a little different today. So without further ado, let's jump right into the game. So yeah, here we find ourselves in a little bit different place than we normally begin the stream. And that is because I think I've had a couple of requests to do this recently, and just a couple of other things have happened that I thought, well, I think it would be smart to show the other side of the loop. So we do a lot of mining here, and we do a lot of bringing to the refining center, and we throw it in the hopper. But we don't generally do the whole what do you do after it's done. So I thought today I would demonstrate one cargo run and then maybe do a little mining after that. So we'll go ahead and get started with that. So that's what we're going to do today. So
Hey, back again, I see.
just to kind of walk some people through who may be interested in the second part of the loop.
Anything you like?
And there definitely are some. You can see that I have some work orders that are not completed yet. They're still in a processing state. But this order here is completed. And so this is the order that we're going to haul in. So in order to kind of haul it in, what you need to do is you have to select your storage option here. Of course, you got the work order complete. Now, you can actually cancel orders. Pardon me a little bit. You can actually cancel orders prior to them completing. So, good morning, Chris. How are you? Nice to see you. I hope that you're doing well today. That's awesome. So, yeah, we're doing stuff a little different today, Chris. I'm going to do a kind of a cargo run first, and then we'll, pivot and do some mining. And, had a little bit of extra time today. Can't normally do a Sunday, so I'm really excited about today. So, anyways, so this is what we're doing. So I have this yield of Quantanium. Now I have a couple of options. I have the Crusader M2 Hercules Starlifter. That can haul 522 SCU. I have the Origin 135C. That can haul 12 SCU. And then I have the RSI Constellation Taurus. Now this is the ship that I generally use as my cargo hauler for a couple of reasons. Number one, it will haul 174 SCU. Number two, if you lose if you happen to use the Crusader M2 and you lose 500 SCU of Quantanium, you're a little bit insulated maybe by running a couple of Constellation Tauruses, right? If you run one, you happen to lose one, you don't lose it all in one shot. So that's kind of what we're up to today. Good morning, Archer. How are you, sir? Good to see ya. So yeah, so anyways, that's what we're doing. So I'm choosing the Constellation Taurus. You can see that it shows the 77 SCU against the 174 SCU capability. I'm just going to go ahead and hit collect. And that is going to throw that into my Constellation Taurus. And we are going to just go do a cargo run. And so, like I said, I had a couple of requests for people to kind of see how the loop got closed. And I thought I would start with that. It's a little different, but just one cargo run. Now, I normally wouldn't do this on camera too much. It is a Sunday morning. We'll see. Obviously with your cargo run, there's not that I, not speaking to my own, this or that, but, certainly if anybody was watching the stream, they might have an opportunity to stream. So that, yeah. So cargo runs are one of those things you generally kind of do in the dark. I'm okay. If for some reason here, I've got plenty of money to absorb this particular loss. So I thought this would be, kind of a good instructional thing. And so good afternoon, Archer says. Doing good, not at home at the moment, but I will be later. Awesome, Archer. That's, looking forward to it. I normally have a D&D on Sundays, but, we're canceled for the next couple weekends. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to having some Sundays here as well around the house. So this is going to be fun. Morvip, good morning. How are you, sir? Good to see you. So, yeah, we're doing things just a touch different today. We're doing the cargo run part of it. So I loaded up the 74 SCU of refined Quantanium on my Constellation Taurus, and I'm going to go ahead and pull my Constellation Taurus. And that's going to be pad 11. Now, I'm going to go ahead and run this over to Lorville. I normally, and had been for quite a while, taking my, and probably will continue until the 317 drops, I normally take my Quantanium over to Bikini Point and then fly a skiff down to Area 18. But in this case, I'm actually going to go to the planet side. I'm going to bring my cargo hauler planet side. So I have better luck landing in Lorville than I do in Area 18, as far as occasionally when I've landed my bigger cargo vehicles in Area 18, I'll land it, I'll go claim, I'll go just store the craft, and it will go straight to claim. Like, it won't, for whatever reason, store properly in Area 18. So I only fly little ships down to Area 18, and if they do this change, like they said in 317, where they're going to unhook the orbital station from the landing zones, that's fine. I'll probably then just having to start making this exact cargo run I'm making today, which is taking my Taurus and heading over and landing it on Lorville. I've had better luck on Lorville, so, but we'll see. I mean, I have 74 SCU of refined Quantanium on board my Taurus, and we're going to haul this over to Lorville, and we are going to see how that goes. So, yeah, this is the second part of the loop. Normally, you guys see me mine all day long, and mining's what we do. But I've had a couple of people just ask, like, who don't really play Star Citizen on the regular, who are just kind of curious what the second part of the loop looks like. And this is just as enjoyable to me. I mean, hauling refined Quantanium is, that's when you're going to get your paycheck. So, it's beautiful. So in this particular case, I'm just going to choose Hurston. It is a little bit certainly further than ArcCorp, but like I said, I've had some bugs at ArcCorp landing my, my larger vessels, and I'm not gonna. I just don't trust Area 18. So I've never lost a load in Lorville. I mean, there's always a first for everything, but we'll see. So as you can see, I'm just kind of gonna pivot. I'm gonna just kind of head to Turston. Now I have an XL1 drive in this thing, and I am going to just head towards Hurston and off we go. So, good morning. T.A. Kowalski says he's currently doing the same. That is great. More of it. That's an excellent question. Did I talk to Sandy yesterday? I seen that he was trying to get a hold of me globally during the operation, and then I did try to give him a shout back out, but I missed him. And then it was only this morning that I noticed he had come into the channel. So. I left the op, and we had a bunch of video that I actually chopped up. It was a great op last night, by the way. Of course, Star Citizen had its little challenges, but we ended up doing some bounty hunting and some big ships last night, and then kind of had a big kind of everybody got together in zero space and kind of duked it out, and that was a lot of fun. Squirrel Lord, you'd have had fun last night at our op. We did a lot of combat stuff. How are you doing this morning, Squirrel? So more of it. I definitely have to catch up with Sandy, and I will definitely do that. Chris says he likes the look of the Connie. You know what? I agree. I will tell you guys about the I was not a fan of the Constellation series when I first seen it, but I absolutely have grown so fond of this ship. There's so much things about it that people, I don't think they necessarily sleep on, but this ship is a good ship. Like, when it lands, it has a very small footprint. It is an excellent rock hauler. The 174 SCU is just enough Quantanium where if you had a couple mole runs, not unis, but a couple mole runs, it would haul, so a 2 to 1 a mole. And really, I don't want to lose much more Quantanium than this when I'm cargo hauling. I honestly, I do not. Man, losing 400 or 500 SCU of Quantanium right now is just not in my not in the wheelhouse. Squirrel Lord is saying, good luck. I hope you're able to cash in that load and make big money. Thanks, Squirrel. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. So yeah, we're just we're not making tons of big money here, but we're not doing too shabby. So here you can see I'm going to go ahead and orientate myself onto Lorville. And we'll just kind of go ahead and let the drive kind of do its thing. The cooldown is coming down. The ship is kind of repositioning in order to kind of do its quantum down to the planet. Now, Squirrel's saying, I have a Drake Pirate Caterpillar just for this purpose. Very good. Caterpillar's awesome. Morvip is asking, do I ever run into hostiles? I have been pulled out of Quantum one time, in between Arc L1 and ArcCorp. I have been pulled out of Quantum before and was pirated. So I've had one time I definitely ran into hostiles, and the natives were definitely restless. So. Hey, sorry guys. Still kind of getting over that cold. Most of it's gone. A little bit. Hey, I got some radar contact right off the bat. That's not great. And a red guy, a red ship down there. Well, I tell you, with that in mind, I think I'll just kind of do this then. You know, immediate radar contact, and that tells me that and a red player. Maybe just don't want to tangle with that, so we'll just kind of do this. And we're okay with it. I mean, so you know what? This ends up being a fairly instructional video. It gives us an opportunity to kind of show you how we handle stuff. So I immediately was headed down to Lorville. You know, and as soon as I came out of Quantum, above Lorville, very strange thing, rare thing. I didn't expect it to be there, but there was a red. So somebody obviously with at the minimum a crime stat, and they were they radar locked me. So I mean, I decided that that I would maybe fly someplace else, and so Microtech is kind of out of the way. I have an XL1 drive, so let's just go ahead and head over to Microtech. Now this is, you know, going to take a little longer, but either way is fine. You know, you don't want to sit there and, you know, mess around. I mean, there could, you know, the Connies are fairly tanky, but why would I, you know, I'm just kind of a, you know, a sheep among wolves here, kind of flying around in my Connie with 74 SCU Quantanium, so. Judgment's the better part of valor. I could have certainly kind of, you know, gritted my teeth, popped the landing gear down, and flew in there and seen how that, you know, went or whatever. Morvip saying, I just asked if you run into hostiles ever, and I'm like, no, not often, but we did that time. So, and I don't know if he was hostile or not. I mean, but an immediate radar lock when I come out of Quantum is probably not what I'm looking for when I'm doing, you know, a cargo run. So that's what we're gonna, you know, we just kind of repositioned, head over to Microtech, and we'll fly on down to New Babbage and take the stuff there. Now, New Babbage can be kind of a trap if you're not careful. But I will brave it nonetheless. What I think I'll do is I'll fly down, I'll store the Connie, and then I might grab a skiff and just fly it over to where we can land outside and run in from there. Yeah, what Morvip is saying is absolutely correct. If you have a red on your radar, or you can see red, and then you get a radar lock, so you get red plus a radar lock when you're a trader, that is a tell for you to run. That's a good look. Fighting that, I mean, obviously, if you get backed into a corner and you just decide to give them hell on the way down, that's fine. But you know what? It's if you have a chance to run and save your profit always. You know, that's the game we play. All right, so we put the XL1 to use. We definitely bugged out of there. And now we will go down and, you know, I'm kind of pivoting around looking for... there it is. And as soon as we come out of the cooldown's off here, we'll go ahead and head over this way and see if we can land someplace that's got you know, where we won't necessarily run into hostiles. So yeah, so for those of you just joining, we're doing something a little different on the mining stream today. Craig Blair, good. How you doing today? Good to see you, Craig. You know, so what we're doing a little different today is we started out with just a cargo run. We're showing the other side of the loop. You know, I took 74 SCU of refined Quantanium, and I am now bringing that in. So, of course, every planet, every landing zone I go to looks like it has to be dark today. Actually, let's change something here. Might sound funny in the light for a second. But I was going to just kind of close my blinds. There we go. You know, it's a sunny day out there today. Let me turn over here and kind of see where I'm at. Get myself orientated a bit. Okay. Okay, I think we're over this way. So we came in on a, you know, in an interesting part of the city here. Fun. James Glover says, hey, have you ever done ROC mining with your Connie? Absolutely. I really do like ROC mining, James. Good question. And I mean, I definitely will do ROC mining any day of the week, for sure. All right, so we're flying over the beautiful New Babbage as we head over to, you know, you can see we're starting to kind of get over this way, and we're going to head over to the landing zone. Thought I'd give you a little external view. You know, just a beautiful game. Unbelievable to look down that way and see that stuff. But anyways, head for the big lights. That's what we're going to do. So we'll go ahead and keep doing that. James is saying I have a Max and was thinking of an upgrade. You know what? The Freelancer Max is an unbelievable cargo trader. I did step up from the Freelancer Max myself, James, to the Constellation Taurus and have never looked back. I like the fact that the Taurus can have 2 size 5 and 2 size 4 guns. And, you know, it's got a slew of missiles, and it holds 174 SCU. So, you know, and Craig Lear's making a good point, too. The Andromeda, even though it's, you know, it is just a 96 SCU, that's still, for Prospector runs, is a respectable amount. You can do 3 Prospector runs for every haul. And, you know, of course, the Andromeda's bristling with missiles, so.
Hello, and thank you for contacting EDL Landing Assist.
Yeah, so they're asking us to kind of give them a call, and that's what we're going to do. So, anyways, yeah, we kind of a little bit off a little more than we could chew in the stream here. We started doing a cargo run. We were just going to haul it from Arc L1 over to
assigned landing bay.
You know, we were going to do it just over to Lorville, but we got a hostile on Lorville, and so we decided to kind of bring it over here to New Babbage. So we're just going to navigate, kind of landing here on New Babbage, and you can see, you know, kind of from the cockpit view, you don't always have the best, you know, the best way to look at what's happening. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and just center this real quick. Awesome. Here we go. We're just gonna kind of make a, you know, an easy landing. I'll drop the gear now on the Connie as we kind of prepare. We're coming in. I'm just kind of taking it easy here. And so, you know, sometimes you have these kind of the drop-in type, and you gotta, you know, it's one of those things you kind of gotta get a good visual on, and you can see that's what we're gonna do here. Is get a good visual on it. And we're gonna drop this guy in. So we start kind of heading down now. Our gear's already down. And it's funny because you always think, well, I'm going to slam the sides, and you might. You know? You might. But you just, if you take it nice and slow around this area, You know, and just kind of easy peasy, ease her on in. Looks like we'll do just fine here. And then I like to kind of come back to this, lift up the nose just a touch. We can see we're back just a touch. We can move in just a little bit and touch her down. Now, a lot of people will land that heck of a lot faster than I can, but I take my time. Obviously, when you're, you know, the most important thing is you get down safe. I do like to hear that sound of them refueling my Connie as I'm leaving the to go store the ship. So a couple things in the chat here I kind of missed. I'll get back to it. James Glover says, I also fixed my mostly blurry UI on my Prospector. I upgraded my graphics card to a 3070 Ti from a 1060. That is interesting that just that specific thing, the graphics card change, is what... Oh, that's interesting. I never noticed those pay fine things there. That's good to know, James. And nice, 3070 Ti. It is starting to be a healthier time to, graphics cards are coming down a little bit, so that's a good thing. Craig Blair says, I've solo taken down hammerheads with the Andromeda. The Andromeda's nothing to be slept on, especially if you have a couple people in the turrets. Holy mackerel, can that thing get... I thought those were terminals. Yeah, that thing can be quite impressive. All right, so here we're going to go to the store, and so, in this particular case, I am going to do things a little different than I would normally do. Normally, you might get on the tram here. I'm not going to get on the tram. I'm actually going to go ahead and do something like this. I'm just going to claim my 135 C, or I could do. You could also do it, for instance, like on my Pisces would be another claim too. But I'll just claim my 135 C. We'll give it a second. I'll even expedite it. It's fine. And so I'll pull my 135C. Then I'll fly this thing over and land where I can just run into New Babbage and go sell it to TDD. So we're at Hangar 4. A little bit different method, but, it's... sometimes the tram can be... it may not work. So, there's... And it's also, if you don't know this trick... about landing, you don't have, the only reason I landed the Taurus, if you want to go into New Babbage, there's a way that for you to get in there without ever having to land at the landing zone. If you just want to run over to the shops there, or if you just, the reason I had to store my Taurus is because I wanted to sell the stuff that I have in it. And I don't think you can land outside and sell. I could be wrong about that, though. Maybe I could have. So, yeah, a little bit different today on the old stream, but that's okay. We're having some fun. F11 there, and I will go ahead and open that guy.
You are clear to launch.
We'll get this guy fired up. I adore the 135C, by the way. It's, it's... For the same price, I mean, I think the 315P is probably a better deal if you're buying ships outright. But I don't know. Something about this ship I like. Off we go. So we're going to take this guy over, and we're just going to kind of follow this line over here. And have a little fun with it. And we're just going to cruise over and land the ship outside of... And there's a spot where you can run in from the outside. And it's probably ultimately a little faster than taking the tram. But it's definitely faster than taking the tram if for some reason things begin to act a little wonky on the tram. Which they can sometimes, all things considered. So you kind of cruise around here. You follow the second line here. You get to this little row of buildings over here. I'm going to turn on my light. And it's kind of right here in this area. If you're looking, you can kind of see it over there. And so I am going to lower my gear. I'm actually going to drop my speed to my speed limiter. Give me a sec. There we go. And I'm just going to kind of bring this guy in over here. And you don't have to be outside your craft. I mean, I just thought that might be fun for you guys. And most people know this, but if you don't know this, it makes it coming here a lot cooler. So we're getting kind of getting to the spot now where we're going to put her down on the dirt. There we go. All right. I'm going to kill my engines and back out of the ship. Alright, and one of the reasons I chose the old 135C was the old easy in and out here. You can see she's... Oh, look at how beautiful this city is. It's pretty amazing, man. Alright, in we go. Gonna spend a lot of time out there. In the cold. Might have to slice a tauntaun open and climb in. If we stayed out there too long. And so, yeah, and here we're going to come in here. We're running over to the TDD to do our selling. So down to the commons we go. Oh, Odinson says you can land outside the garage with the Andromeda and sell it. I hadn't tried that before, and I didn't want to run in and be wrong. So Odinson, I appreciate that. That is a very, very cool thing to know. And speaking of Odin, there's been a show on Netflix called Vikings Valhalla, and I wasn't sure. You know, like I kind of avoided it for a little while just because, I didn't need another show to watch. But I ended up, when I was with a cold, I ended up binge watching a lot of that. And I enjoyed that show. Holy mackerel. So, anyway, speaking of Odin. I did enjoy that. So, into the TDD we go. And this is kind of completing that part of the loop, the cargo run. So... Normally we mine, but some people wanted to see kind of how the second part of that loop is handled. So here we come in here. We choose our constellation Taurus. You can see that the 7720 units was 679,360. I'm going to go ahead and sell that. Now this is and not especially important for the stream here, but this particular load was a load that we did on our Thursday night mining op. So after my stream here, we have a ledger system with the org where, everybody who participated in gathering that is on the ledger. And so I'll go through that ledger and make sure everybody gets an equal share on the payoff. Oh, what am I doing? I need to just kind of run out the same way I ran in. So yeah, this is a neat way to get into, look at how beautiful this is, by the way. Into New Babbage, and like it's not a, certainly not a crazy, by any stretch of the imagination, any kind of a crazy secret or anything, but some people don't know this, so I thought it would be good for them to kind of see. Easy way into New Babbage, and the way that I generally will come in here if I need to go to the gun shop or any of that stuff. So, and on this stream we don't spend much time in civilization. There's lots of times on a refining station somewhere, lurking in the black, and not a lot of time inside major industrial cities. here. But, you know, this is the part of the game loop that you guys don't see. All those Quantanium runs I do, this is how they end. Hopefully. You know, and so you get your payout and off you go. So we'll fly the 135C back over to, you know, back over to the landing zone. We'll pull the Taurus and we'll head back to Arc L1 and go mining after that. All right, so fire up the engines. Kind of get a little perspective on where we're at. There we are. That's what we're looking for right there. A little weathery out, but that's okay. Now, generally speaking, this will be a little different experience flying in with a smaller vessel. Now, normally it's kind of one of the little landing areas that will pop open. We'll call for a landing here in just a second. Dracula says, seems way too much of a running to me. If you see me running, it's a safe bet. You'll want to keep up. Fair enough. I appreciate that. That's funny. Murloc, how you doing this morning, Murloc? And Drac 2, how you doing? Murloc says, sometimes my quant runs end up with me spinning with a C2 when trying to QT to Area 18. Yeah, there you go. I hear you. You know, just kind of with 2 to 3 million worth of Quantanium on board. That's exactly right. They do have, you know, choose your own ending, right? And they do have various... All right, so up we go here. We'll trim back a little bit and just kind of take it on in easy. Of course, in traditional Solinari, I see his invites. I'm not grouping right now, so I have to catch up with him in a little bit. And so, yeah, we're going to go kind of bring it on in here, land it. See, it's wide open, ready to fly in here. Easy peasy.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Murloc says, I never crashed actually. I found the solutions is Emmanuel flying to 18 from Bajini. You know, I've had lots of people tell me that that's one of the things they do is just fly to Bajini and then we'll fly in from there. And when they do, they maybe don't have as much kind of just lag on the way in. So that's an interesting thought. I might try that sometime. I wonder how long it actually takes. It's especially important to be cautious and patient when you have a couple of million of Quantanium on board. I mean, it's, you know, don't be in a hurry, definitely. Hey, 14, good morning. How are you, sir? Love the op last night. One of the things, 14, I wanted to tell you is how 14 was flying last night a 400i. Two things about the 400i that I did not quite understand. Number one, that thing took a bruising. Okay, I watched the 400i take a pounding. That thing's got good shields and good health. I mean, you know, we were doing kind of a free-for-all battle at the end of the night, and I will tell you, the 400i was a really, really an impressive ship. You know, I just, as far as how much it could take on the chin, I just was a little surprised by that, actually. And, yeah, I wanted to mention that to you for sure. So now we're looking around to pull the Constellation Taurus and head back and do something. And then, oh, Chris, what ship was that? Craig, was that was the 135C, the ship I was flying. If that's, it was it's a 100 series, but that was the 135C. Yeah, that's one of my favorite kind of little skiffy scout ships. So, yeah. All right, Hangar 10. We're heading back to the Taurus, and I'm getting my feet here. Yeah, the 135C. So, we were definitely, yes, anyways, I had a good time at the op last night. I know that things, you know, of course, there was a couple of Star Citizen things that didn't work out with the hammerheads, but, yeah, I enjoyed it. So here we're going to fly back to Arc L1 and actually maybe go do a little mining after that, but, like I said, I had some requests. People did want to see the other side of the game loop. You know, what happens after you put the stuff in the hopper was a question I'd gotten several times. And then a couple of new people to the channel kind of asked the same thing. And I thought, you know what? I have a cargo run to do, and it was a smaller one. So in case I did get screen sniped, it was going to be just fine. I could absorb it. And, yeah, I mean, you know, I thought it would be enjoyable to just kind of show you guys the other side of the game loop who maybe come back and watch the stream and yeah, hopefully that was somewhat instructional. So we're gonna go ahead and call out of here. And oh, Mr. Zai saying, yeah, the 400i is a little tanky with those rear turrets. She can race off any ship in the game. Not much with pilot DPS, but it's fun as heck. It just was it's just a good-looking ship. I mean, that's just the bottom line. This, yeah, they are opening up there. I'm using free look, holding Z and using free look and looking up through the windows to see if the hangar doors are open. I can actually hear them now that I'm. So off we go. Into the dark. We'll just kind of point up and gun our way out and take a look at what we're leaving behind there. I'll pull the gear up. You know, some things we don't normally get to see here. There's the city in the background. You know, we do a lot of mining on this. We don't get to do a lot of extra visual stuff, and that's the Connie Taurus, kind of flying off away from New Babbage International Spaceport. So, all right, well, to business. Arc L1, we've got to head back. We did tank. You know, we got to climb out of atmosphere for a little bit. I think we're gonna hit an OM marker, and then off we go. Craig Blair says that's a slick little pad hopper. That's exactly what that is. It's an excellent little pad hopper, and not a bad ship. I mean, you know, if you're buying ships, of course, you know, it's the same price ship you could get the 315P, and I do think that's probably a better ship overall than the 135C. Of course, in that range, there are way better ships that are starting ships. But if you kind of want to start kind of a non-combat role, you know, you can do some light bounty hunting stuff in the 135C or the 315P, but mostly those would be for kind of, you know, doing kind of box missions and that kind of a thing. So, all right, so we spool on OM1. We're going to go ahead and pivot towards Arc L1, and off we go. And so in my Connie Taurus, I do have the XL1 drive. The XL1 drive's a nice fast quantum drive, and the Connies have lots of quantum fuel, so this thing will go nice. I got that visual bug, you guys. You're going to love this. I'll show you. I am actually hyperspacing, or quantuming, but it doesn't look like you are. You kind of get caught in this really kind of starry night, like strange, you know, almost like it's a, you know, like a Van Gogh painting type looking thing. Like, look at the... But I assure you that I am actually, traveling in hyperspace. It's just... Or quantum, but it's just one of those strange little things that happens now and then. So every time this happens to me, I do that song pops in my head, Starry, Starry Night. It's like ridiculous. Yeah, let's go over to the sun side of the ship. Yeah, the Phoenix, that's a great ship too. Oh my stars. And obviously it's a lot of the green paint jobs, they're looking good. They're slick. So anyways, we're here doing our we're on our way back. We're not stalled. It may look like we are. We're not. You can see that we are ARC-L1 is and this is just a visual thing that happens now and then when you hyperspace. And so we'll just kind of go with it. Craig Blair is asking, is it the Akia or the Constellation Aquila that has the rounded cockpit view? 14, I don't remember exactly what variant has the rounded cockpit view. Do you remember? I don't remember which one it is. I know one of them does. Shane Newman, new to the channel. Hey Shane, how you doing today? It's just not a name I recognize. I try and keep track of all the folks who join. So welcome aboard. If you have any mining questions or anything we can do, let me know. Shane, we started out doing a cargo run. So not what we traditionally do. Normally we just go mining, but some people were asking what a cargo run looked like. So we did the cargo haul. Chris Bates and Mr. Azai are saying, yes, it's the Aquila. I guess I don't know if you say that Aquila, or Aquila. I'm going to say Aquila, just for the heck of it. And, yeah, Shane, welcome aboard. Aquila, great. Yes, absolutely great ship, for sure. All right, so we are heading to ARC-L1, and we're going to go do a little mining after this, you guys. So, cargo run is done. I think that was like 690 or 630,000 AUEC. So we just hauled in 74 SCU. We had a little bit there, and so that was actually an organizational ledger. I'll have to send people some money after the stream here today for that one. But I thought it would be a good demonstration on how the cargo loop worked. And it was interesting because we went over to Lorville to do our cargo run, and as soon as we got to Lorville, there was a red hostile who locked his radar on me. So I did have to fly, all we did is we didn't panic, or, we just selected Microtech and flew off there and did the selling there. So a little bit longer trade run than we would want to do from ARC-L1, but, that's a perfect example of how things can go. So we're going to come out of Quantum here at ARC-L1, and then we're going to go in the second Quantum, land this guy down, and go in there and grab a mining ship and do what we normally do. Shane Newman saying it's 5 a.m. in New Zealand, big storm outside. Nice to find your live stream. Well, thanks for that, Shane. I appreciate that. Yeah, I can, it's kind of nice sometimes to find something to distract yourself when there's a big storm happening outside. I totally understand that. So we're waiting for the cooldown to drop here. I'm going to go in the second Quantum. I'm going to take the edge off the speed here a little bit. So in we go. Looks like a couple of ships here at ARC-L1. Craig Blair saying, how do you keep track of your dividends? Do you have a spreadsheet for everyone that takes part? Craig, excellent question. We have a mining ledger. So, the guy who made the QuantCalc app, Spectre 2, is a real sharp guy. And he actually has this, we have an internal ledger system. So whenever we do a ledger, you create a new mining ledger, you say it's Quantanium, you say what method you use, Dynix or Farron are the two choices we have now. And then you are able to take others, total you can add other people to the ledger. So you're on it as the originator of it, and then whoever else participated in your with you that day on the mining op, you can add them to the ledger. And so a couple days later, when you do your cargo run, you have, kind of an up and up way to go through who should be paid. So everybody, and some people will say, hey, don't add me to the ledger tonight, or, Morvip's on here, and a lot of times he goes running with us and won't take any money. Lots of times 14, Mr. Azai, he'll say, I'm just scouting with you guys tonight. If you send, 14 threatens a lot. Like, if you send me money, I'll send you double back. But, for some of the newer guys, and, obviously there are organizational goals as well, right? When we have organizational goals, we're trying to raise revenue to, say, buy Nova tanks or Gladiuses or these types of things. That's one way that we use those ledgers. But when we have newer guys that are just kind of coming on board, everybody gets an equal share. When we go mining, that's the way we do it. It doesn't matter if you're Overwatch, or it doesn't matter if you're Scout, it doesn't matter if you're mining, it doesn't matter if you're on escort duty. Whatever you do in that mining op that night, you're going to get added to the ledgers, and you are going to be paid an equal share. And just because I'm the captain doesn't mean I get a little more. That's the way we do it. I'm not trying to be self-righteous about it in any way. We just want everybody to have a good time and make a few space bucks. That's the whole goal, right? Is everybody have a good time, everybody make a few space bucks. And if you're a newer player, and you're getting an opportunity on a mole laser, that mole laser stuff is going to translate over to a prospector, that type of thing. And there's nothing like, hey, going out and putting in a little work, and then a day and a half later, when the refining job's done, we send you a little receipt, with a screenshot that says, hey, you were paid, man. We paid you your 91,000 on this ledger, your 116,000 on this ledger. So we're all square. That's the way we do it. It's a cool system. It really is. I like the ledger system. It's kind of built right into our website.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Let's see here. Craig Blair says double backs on my bank account. Yeah. And Mr. Zai says the ledger calculates how much is to be paid out as well. It's a well-made thing. Yeah, it does a good job. Like, it actually kind of takes the refining costs out of, and there's a touch of little padding in there for, transportation, fuel and that type of thing. I mean, it's not perfect, but darn it, it's really close, and it's right up front. So if you're a person, it's not like, it's like, hey, just make sure that you're on the ledger at the end of the night, normally we'll add you, but it's like, double check that you're on that ledger and that you deserve an equal share, and heck yeah. All right, so nice to get to the, as much as we like to do in the cargo runs, the mining part is kind of what we normally do. So we got the mining run done. We used the Constellation Taurus. That's my favorite hauler, by the way. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love the Hercules series. But I don't feel that, it's always kind of sketchy when I'm hauling over 100. That'll hold 174 SCU. It's always sketchy for me to haul over 174 SCU of Quantanium anywhere. It's a lot of time and money. Craig Blair saying, sounds like you got a really good system. I've been trying to do the same with randos, and I've got a few sheets of paper next to me when we're doing... Yeah, well, Craig, that's how I used to do it, too. Just like kind of like a manifest, where you just did it by hand, and when you picked up public players or whatever, you just try to keep it on the up and up. And the one thing that we always are careful about is, there's two parts of the loop, right? There's the part where you do the mining, then there's the part where you do the hauling. And so we don't necessarily send out money until the hauling part of it's done. That's the way it goes. And some people feel obligated to kind of pay people right out of their pocket at the beginning. Now, if that's the deal you make, great. But we always want to get as much profit and split as much profit as possible. Just, it takes a little bit of patience, so. Shane Newman says, do NPC pirates attack players during mining ops? They can, Shane. You can catch yourself where an NPC pirate will come after you. Especially like around HURL 3, I've had that happen several times where I've been driven off. But it can happen on planet surfaces too now, for sure. Alan Daly says, I almost have 1 million AUEC from mining using my prospector recently. Alan, hey man, that's be clapping. That's awesome, Alan. You know what? That's fantastic. So, Chris Bates says, let's find a uni. Yeah, let's do that, Chris. I like that idea. Let's go look for a uni and see if we can see what we got. So I got the rush drive on my prospector today, That's kind of what's on there. And I have 2 brands and an FLTRXL. That's an FLTRXL. And we'll go ahead and pull Prospector 1, and we'll start trying to make some money on the old mining stream today. So off we go. Probably pad 2 here if I were to guess. Yep. Station seems... Well, there was a couple people here, so off to pad 2 we go. Yeah, Alan, that's awesome. I mean, it's nice when you start turning profit with the Prospector. It really does open the door to the rest of the game. If you like to, if you do want to get into, the other elements. For instance, you can see we're saving up here right now. We've got quite a bit of money in the org wallet, and then I've got, the organization has built up quite a bit of money as well. And we've got, we're in a really good place we're going to be purchasing probably a Starfarer Gemini for the refueling stuff that's coming up. But you know what? I thought what we would do is maybe just kind of let the Evocati go through a little, let it go through a little further, and let's just kind of see how all that stuff's working before we kind of jump on that. But we're definitely going to be picking up a Starfarer for the refueling operations and practicing that stuff. And speaking of that, I'm really looking forward to that, just kind of deep space stashing a fuel refinery ship, somewhere in Pyro, It's just like, we know that the coordinate because you're part of the organization. You can just kind of hit deep space and get a refuel, and that's going to be so fun. I'm looking forward to that. Craig Blair says, I only upfront pay to new players trying to make something for themselves. Anyone that's been around is generally understanding. I agree with that, Craig, and there's nothing wrong with just telling somebody, if you come with me, regardless if we make money or not, I'm paying you I'm going to pay you 60,000. I'm going to pay you 40 grand. Whatever your contract is, like Alan's saying, don't forget a surge. I just myself, Alan, I use the 2 brands and an FLTRXL. That's kind of what I use. But I agree with you, what you're saying, Craig, for sure. Which is, it's okay to make a deal with a new player and just say, hey, I'll pay you a flat rate. How about I pay you 50,000, and if we happen to pull in any more than 70 SCU on this mole run, then I will give you a bonus of 10,000, or something along those lines. You can have all sorts of creative fun with it. I think that's a great idea. I'm gonna sip a little coffee here. So yesterday we went to it's funny, we went to Lyria, and then we went to Walla and actually found Quantanium, and then we went to the Air and Halo and got a uni. So today we started out a little different. We did a cargo run, which can be a little sleepy. So I'm glad people are hanging out through that. And obviously when your stream already starts out kind of sleepy, just doing mining, it's like, I'm gonna take it down a notch and do a cargo run. It's funny, but it is an important part of the game loop, and people do want to see how it works. And there's a lot of people who watch my stream who actually don't play Star Citizen. I'm beginning to find out. They contact me and tell me that. And it's going to be very interesting. So Mr. 14 is saying, Mr. Zai saying, I'm looking forward to the Starfarer as well. They are removing the fuel scoops for most of the ships, so it may be needed. That fuel rebalance is going to be interesting, right? They are rebalancing the ships a little bit, and every ship kind of secretly had a fuel scoop on it. So it is going to be interesting to see. Now, I'm not saying you're definitely going to need Sandy. Hey, Sandy, I missed you last night. Well, we'll catch up with you today for sure, okay? It was a big organization thing last night, so. But yeah, kind of getting back to what 14 was saying, and is ships artificially had fuel scoops on them kind of in the soft stats behind the scenes. So it's going to be interesting to see how this refueling balance does work out. I'm not saying you're going to need a Starfarer in Stanton system, but maybe it might be more likely with some ships. We'll have to see. I mean, it's going to be interesting for sure. So yeah, but Sandy, yeah, I seen you trying to reach out last night. We were in the middle of the operation, and I kind of get tunnel vision when those things are going on, especially when we were doing combat ops. And so I missed you, and then I went to cut up some video footage after the op, and then this morning when I jumped on, I'd seen that you had joined the channel, and I'm sorry I missed you, so we'll catch up with you for sure. Oh, there's the orphanage. We'll hit there. Oh, that's Sandy saying no worries. He'll be on as usual around 2100 Eastern. Yeah, that sounds awesome, Sandy. Definitely catch up with you today for sure. So yeah, the orphanage is one of these places where I know Spec 4, he loves the orphanage area, and I do too. So it's nice to catch the orphanage in the sun, and we're going to go ahead and take a look around here and see how we do. As you know, I think it's better for the stream to mine in the sun, but I actually enjoy mining in the sun as well. I think there's a lot more contrast at night, for sure, and there's a lot of valid reasons why you might want to mine at night. But I like it. I think it works out better. It's such a beautiful game. I like for you guys to see. I like for you guys to see kind of the visuals as well. So, Alan Daly saying Walla has a nice mix of rocks, including Quantanium. Yeah, we went to Walla yesterday on the stream. Well, doublers right off the bat, you guys. We did do Walla yesterday, and I ended up breaking up 3 rocks, and it was interesting. 2 of the rocks broke. They were small mass rocks into all purples. Like there were no secondary breaks. It was crazy. Sandy says had some large rocks at Wheeler and didn't realize the Surgeon Stampede were empty. Yeah, that happens, doesn't it, Sandy? Kind of checking those consumables. I was thinking about a consumable clicker for, for maybe QuantCalc. So, like, you can kind of keep track of how many times you fired. I don't know that, you want to be... I don't know about that. I'm thinking about it, but it was just a thought I had. Doc Fuzz Logan says, hey, thanks for answering my question so quickly. Loving the content as an older player. Quick question, do you have a schedule when you're going to stream? It's an excellent question, Logan. It really is. And the answer is not currently. I have been kind of recently just kind of streaming when I have time in life. I am definitely going to establish a stream time, but I don't have one currently, and I don't... This is going to be a good rock, you guys, probably. And not as good as I thought, maybe just a 14%er. So this is a 5274 at 14%. So, no, Logan, to answer your question, I don't have one currently. I definitely will have one at some point, but I don't now. So this is an interesting find. This is a 30-30. So 30 at 32%. Let me grab QuantCalc. I only think this is 3.6. I only think this is about 18 SCU of Quantanium. So not exactly how much we would want to start out with, but we'll go ahead and do this anyways. But I thought I would just pull QuantCalc out and we would just start from there. So let me pop this open, QuantCalc, and just turn around and grabbing my extra phone, and we'll go ahead and start punching some numbers in. So this is a 3079. So 3079, and that is a 32.5%. 32.5. I'll hit calculate rock, and that is going to tell me, I'm thinking this is 20 SCU. So the cleanest SCU break on this guy is going to be 20. And so Alan's making a good point. 40/40 is 32 SCU. So if it's a 4,000 mass, that's 40%. So this is kind of a 30-30. And so this is 20 SCU. But you know what? We're not going to turn our nose up. We'll have become awful big in our britches as miners, I will tell you, if we're going to turn away 20 SCU, potentially Quantanium, that quickly. So we're just going to go ahead and mine this and make it happen. Now notice I repositioned the UI to use the shadow of the sun to give us a little more contrast. This is going to be a very easy break. It's not a big mass. It's going to climb really good there. Shane Newman says, like rare loot for rocks. Yeah. I might have missed a little more than that. Let me keep an eye on the mining laser here. The scan tells you what inside, nothing else will pop out. Alright, so hold on. I'm going to focus on the optimal window here. 14, if you happen to see a question in there that you can help with, that would be awesome, sir. Or Morvip, if you're around. A lot of times when I get to do the mining part, guys, I get a little focused on the mining UI so I don't blow us up. Other than that, boy, this cold makes my, when I have a laugh, it sounds like it sounds like I've been smoking for like 40 years. It's funny, but I assure you I haven't. Let's see here. So, kind of getting back here. Dracula says, how is this for multitasking, sitting here listening and watching the live stream about mining in SC while mining in Elite Dangerous? That's funny. I like that track. That's hilarious. Sandy Claus says, I saw some gems on a rock in a belt that had 30% heft. Yeah, you know, there are gems on rocks. You know, I've seen that before. And then Shane Newman says, Edie has rares when mining, friends. So, what we're, Shane, this really, there are different mineral types, and Quantanium's the most rarest of the mineral types. And then, as far as it goes, the percentages of how much percentage is in a mass of each rock is kind of the variance there. There isn't any, like, you don't find, like, some crazy extra thing in there, like, it doesn't break, and all of a sudden, you know, there are some, like, super pressurized, like, crystals that have insane value or something. Nothing like that right now. Quantanium mining is the hardest, you know, to do, in the sense that it's not terribly hard, but you've got to be, you know, there's a certain method to the way that it's done, and you just want to make sure that you get as much on board pure Quantanium as possible, and it is volatile. It'll blow your ship up if you don't get it back to the refinery in a certain amount of time. So I think it's the most challenging. It's the one that I enjoy kind of showing people the most about. Cool. Nothing in that guy. Just 3% in this one. Alright. Yeah, right now, there's not a lot of, I mean, outside of making space bucks, there's not a lot of ways that the things that we mine contribute to the game. I mean, there's, you know, you make money. Now, it'll be interesting to see with Quanta coming in, like if the Quantanium mining will begin to affect that somehow, but I don't know necessarily. So, the FLTR XL is better than the standard FLTR. It costs more, but it is, you know, it definitely is better. I do notice a difference between the extra large, you know, the one that's the largest of the pack of those, Alan, for sure. Shane says, I own SC, but never mind, except by hand and in prison. Yeah, well, Shane, that's how I started out. I started out hand mining, and then I earned enough to buy an ROC, which is the remote ore collector, or the little you know, like the planetary mining vehicle. And then from there, this is a 94%er. A lot of this is kind of impacted, though, below the surface, so this is... The biggest chunk is below the surface here. That's not great, you guys. But we'll deal with it.
Warning, power critical. Warning.
Notice it jumped into power critical. I just killed the laser. No problem. You can see that we're just kind of keeping it in the optimal. The overcharge is falling off. You know, don't panic if you get into the overcharge. Just turn off the laser. Let it fall, you know, kind of fall out. It's not... Unless you really spend a lot of time cooking it and overcharge, you're going to be just fine. So this will be a good break here. A lot of what we're looking to mine, like 14 of the SCU down, is in this break here. So this is going to be interesting, right? There's some trash on top of it. And so we'll have to see what's in this guy here. This looks like it's going to have a low percentage as well. So yeah, this guy broke up really crummy, and that happens. But you know what? You know, the mining gods don't want you to ever turn away potentially 20 SCU. Now, the goal is at this point now, you know, the way that this kind of worked out is to get as much of that 20 SCU on board so you can, you know, have a refining job somewhere in the neighborhood of... Somewhere in the neighborhood of 8, you know, 14 or 15, I guess. Yeah. So go ahead and, you know... And we could have easily flew over this one and went and looked and went and looked for something else. But, you know, we do lots of unis on here, and it's one of those things, you know, you kind of, first time you get down and here, and, boy, you look at your first set of doublers, and there's something in there with mine, and you might as well just kind of put the lasers on it. So I'm going to try and stick around this area. I know this was where most of... But there's going to be some stuff on top of this that isn't going to be as clean. So I'm just going to take in this trash piece first. So I'm trying to open up what's below it. Yep. Alright, so let's kind of reposition ourselves a little bit over this way, because down in here is what we're after, really. And we knew we were going to be taking on quite a bit of junk here, so it's not... That's a 73%er, so we'll get that guy. Yeah, there's going to be something there. Let's see what we got there. Hundo. Cool. I don't know about this one. I think this is going to be a pretty big piece of junk. If I'm not mistaken. Yep. Quartz. Alright, what about that guy down there? Quartz. There is a piece down there. That should be pretty much a hundo. Yep. Alright, so that's there. Looks like we did lose some of it below the surface, which is not going to be great. But let's just go ahead and look through here. There's a 48%er. So we're fighting here. We are going to potentially cross, you know. And then we knew this wasn't a clean break, but sometimes you just got to... that's a good question. Shane's asking, can you dump the ore you don't want? You can jettison Quantanium, but they don't have kind of like a line item where you can kind of just get rid of the stuff that, you know, you can't just go through and just dump the aluminum or dump the... They don't have that stuff quite yet, Shane. I do know that that's definitely a want from a lot of us miners. So, okay, so we're starting to get... We're not doing terrible now. We're at 12.71. We're still looking around for stuff. That's going to be a 1.67. Sandy says you can only inject Quantanium. That's... Yep, that's correct. %, quartz there, and I can't remember what this piece was. I think this was junk. So a lot of this did break below the surface, you guys, which is not great. I don't think there's anything in this rock. Oh, there's 11% in there. And we're going to break that up. We need as much of this as we can get our hands on. Hey, we really cooked that one. Oh, it's only a 330 mass. Notice, I'm just letting it fall out, you guys. It's grumpy. It got grumpy quick. It's only a 330 mass, that's why. Alright, so I'll crank it back up again. I'll fire one of these brands real quick to kind of get ourselves... We want to break this guy. We have plenty of time, you guys. We're still at 12 minutes. Easy break. You guys are talking about jettisoning. I see it in there. Oh, you can go through and decide what you want to refine at the station. So you don't have to refine everything you haul in, and I don't generally. Some people do, and that's okay if they do. I mean, I myself just kind of refine the Quantanium and don't do the rest of it. All right, so there was an extra 11%er in here to break. I don't know that this is, you know, going to serve us that well, but we're going to break it up anyways and see if we... And there was nothing in there. I think this guy didn't have anything, but we'll see. Yeah. We're looking for that 11% that was in this rock. There's 15 of it. 22. Alright. And we knew we were going to be struggling to try and get 20 on board with this, because the most we could have got is 20. But we thought we would give this guy a crack anyways. Because you know what? Not every rock's a uni. Not every time you come out here do you get a unicorn. That's 2%. I'm probably going to look at the rest of these rocks one more time first before I do that. Yeah, there's 13%. We'll grab that. Okay. And I see the timer's down around 10 minutes. We still have plenty of time, you guys. There's 25% Quantanium, so we'll grab that. We're at 13.77. Some of this did break and fall below, so we're working our tail off here for not a whole lot today, but that's okay. We kind of knew that going into this break that it wasn't guaranteed. And the 700 piece was that had the most in it was impacted, and there's a hundo sitting there to kind of keep us honest. So that gets us up over 15 and some change. I don't think the rest of this, there's a one, I'll pull this in, but this isn't great. Anyways, I think we're going to get out of here. This is probably about the best. Some of that did fall below the surface. I'm not sure there's anything else with, I think there was one that had a little bit more in it, but oh, there's a 5%. We'll grab that. I mean, if it's got Quantanium in it, we might as well pull it aboard. So that's going to cross almost 16 SCU, which is not a great run, but you know what? We're okay with that. Okay, that's just the quartz there. We're at 942 and falling, so one last time just to get any other thing that we can. We got plenty of time. Yeah, that was 100% quartz. I do remember that. I think this guy wasn't anything. Oh, there was 2% in there, so let's grab that. That'll get us up over the 16 SCU. I think we'll call that good. So not a great, not the greatest first run, but you know something, not every time you come out here is a uni, and you hate to pass something up when you find it that fast and anger the mining god. So off we go. Back to sticks here. We'll kind of make a short run here, and off we go. So Silvio Caldera, welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Good question, Silvio. Silvio, I am mining on Lyria. That's where I was mining today. And we're going to go drop this off of the hopper and come back over and do another run for sure. So we started out today a little different than we do on the mining stream. Normally we just go mining. Today we started out doing a cargo run so people could see the second half of the mining loop. We loaded up a Taurus. We headed over to Lorville. There was some hostels at Lorville. A hostel, I should say. So we decided to go to Microtech, do our, do a nice cargo run there. Now we're back onto Arc L1, flew over to Lyria, kind of flew down and hit the first doublers and found a 30-30, which is only a 20 SCU break. So, when you have a 20 SCU break and some of it was impacted, we ended up with about 16 SCU. Hard to drive away from a 20 SCU rock, but, if it doesn't break clean and you end up with 15 or 16, then you're right on the bubble. So you're still making, it's important to understand 15 SCU, it's still 120,000 after it's refined, so you're still making quite a bit of money. It's, obviously yesterday, for instance, we probably did about 60 or 70 SCU in the stream. And the last one was a unicorn. You always want to do those 32 SCU runs, but largest rocket prospector right now is about 6K. That's right, Mr. Zai. 5,900. You get north of 5,500 and it starts being real slow. 5,924 is the largest rock I've ever cracked. We did have an Orgmate crack of 5,900 and some change yesterday as well with the Lancet. He actually had found it was like a 5900 and it was like a 49 percenter. And I jumped server to try and come and help him, but by the time I did, he had it cracked. So, you know, like, there's first alarm. That doesn't surprise me at all. You know, like we talked about, we definitely were being a little slower on the lasers this time. Sandy Claus says, does QuantCalc give you refined profit amounts? It does give you an estimated value, I think, in there right now, Sandy. I haven't looked at that part in a little bit. It's absolutely meant to do that eventually, so I don't know the current status of that exact functionality. But I do think it does like an estimated AUEC, and if you look at the advanced mode, Sandy, and that is you know, something you can look at, and I do think that there's, like I said, that estimated amount is in there. So, but we are going to have it where if you pick the location, you know, and you put in a little more information, that, you know, there's going to be the refining offsets and those types of things are eventually going to be baked into QuantCalc for sure. So, all right, so we're going to go ahead and call for station. I'll go ahead and drop gear.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
All right, we got a landing bay over here. In we go. Oh, there's a ship flying right over there. See it right up above there? Looks like they're coming in on that pad over there. Looks like an MSR, maybe. Yeah, the place is hopping today. All right, we'll just kind of set her down easy. Yeah, I love doing rock mining for sure. The one thing about rock mining right now that's a little tedious is the extraction part of it. You know, when you go to do the extraction, a lot of the gems will kind of swirl around the end of the laser head, and that kind of you know, depending on you know, that part of it can become a touch tedious with the ROC mining, but I love the ROC mining loop for sure. And ROC mining is something we've done collectively as an org several times. And then ROC mining is, you know, like some of the ways, you know, that people have cut their teeth in mining in general. So I love the ROC mining loop. I think a quick fix that would make ROC mining much more enjoyable, that, you know, if CIG is listening, is just fix the extraction. You know, if you spend any time extracting, doing ROC stuff, you know, you'd realize that part of it is, and that's just you just wish it operated the way that it originally did, and then that would be awesome. All right, so one cargo run done and one refining, one mining run done. Now we're going to head down to the refiner. We're going to store this ship, store the prospector. Yeah, here's some folks talking. Hey, citizens. All right, down we go to the refinery. Cool. So yeah, QuantCalc is definitely going to have you know, some advanced features where it does, you know, speak to the total amount of estimated AUEC that you're going to get, depending on your refining job, what particular station you're doing the refining at, and where you're taking it, what landing zone that you're taking it. It doesn't have all that stuff in there baked perfectly in there now. Some of it's estimated. But yeah, that stuff's all happening in there. Yeah, Sandy, I'm looking forward to the time too when, like, the prospectors can even drop their bags, and you know, a scout ship can come in, scoop up the bag of Quantanium, haul that off to a, and then you can just keep the prospectors on the on the mining job, and they don't have to fly back and do any of the cargo stuff. Those bags are supposed to be kind of detachable on the side, and people can haul them.
Hi, good to have you back.
All right. You can see here, we're going to go ahead and set up a work order. And certainly not the greatest run there. It ended up being just over 15 SCU. So keep in mind though, 1,520 SCU, 1,520 times 88 is still, and I really am trying to drive home that point, That's about as low of a haul as we're ever going to make the decision to haul in, right? That 15 SCU, that's kind of the minimum cut. So if I take 1520 though, and I times that by 88, it's 133,760. That still is not a bad run. I mean, it's not, is it a ton? No, but it's a totally respectable run. Anytime you can get even half full of Quantanium, you're making money. That's kind of the point I'm making. So let's do a little pre-flight on the prospector here. We have a couple of brants on there still. I think we're in good shape.
Management just wanted to make a general announcement to check your valve settings. We've been noticing leaks in processing.
Chris Bates says, can you put the ROC inventory into backpacks? Yes, you can, Chris. Yep. When you pop those Hadanite nodes, it doesn't matter if it's the smaller ones or the bigger ones. It breaks down into just the crystal chunks. And you can store those, you can go hand mining and store those in your backpack. Or you can actually have you can have like a big group of people just stuffing them in their backpacks if you wanted, as opposed to using the ROCs to do the extraction. Another interesting thing a lot of people don't realize, you can actually use the prospectors to break the Hadanite nodes for the rocks and just use the rocks to extract. So you can have a prospector as a scout. When he stumbles on something, he begins popping you can pop those with like a cluster of 9 in like 2 minutes with the prospector. About that time, your ROCs are unloaded and extracting, and they can just extract all the stuff. If you do a good job with your prospector, you don't scatter that stuff anywhere. And then the prospector can fly off and look for the next node while the extraction is completed. By the time it finds another one, and hopefully you get kind of in a rhythm. You can really go fast that way. So we did do our due diligence and checked our prospector. We'll go ahead and pull that guy out. We will head back out because 15 SCU is not a bad run, but we want to do a little better than that if we can this time and see how we do. Can we put multiple backpacks in a ship inventory and fill the backpacks and drop them? He's saying, yes, you can do that. As a matter of fact, I will tell you, the reason that I started out hand mining, and we have a little bit of time, the reason I started out hand mining is because at one point, backpacks were the only thing that were persistent inside Star Citizen. And so, like, when I would hand mine, I would go, I'd fly from, like, Port Olisar to Daymar, go in a cave, and every single thing I put in my backpack, it didn't matter if I 30K'd, it didn't matter if I died, it didn't matter. Because when I woke back up in Port Olisar, that Hadanite was in my backpack and I could sell it. And so that's what got me started. Like, it was like I would make like 18,000, 20,000 hand mining for quite a long time, but at least it was persistent, so that was kind of the reasons that I actually did hand mining for a while. So yeah, you can fill backpacks, and I used to I'd fill a backpack, and then you could actually, I didn't do this as much, hand mining, but when we ROC mined, I would take a backpack and I would fill the backpack, and then I had 3 different backpacks that I would put on, because you used to have like a massive personal inventory. So I'd fill a backpack, put it in my inventory, put on a different backpack, fill that one with the ROC minables. And you do that, you'd fill there was like 3 different ones. There was the Navikov, the Pembroke, and the Mack rucksack. All 3 of those I would fill up with stuff, and it was persistent. And so that was always the first order of business when you did ROC mining, was filling up your 3 backpacks. So I think you were guaranteed, like, at least that run persisted 70,000. You know, so yeah, I mean, I've been leaning on the backpacks for the longest time, you know, and that's what you got to do. I mean, you just got to do whatever's the most thing that will keep you the safest, you know, keep the money rolling in, you know, So I used to lean on the backpacks quite a bit in their persistence, for sure. All right, so off we go.
Thank you. And please.
That wasn't the greatest run of all time, but you know what? Every one of them helps. And like I mentioned, even though it was half of what we were looking for, you know, it still ended up being a fantastic amount, you know, of AUEC, 130-some thousand. Logan saying, I just found a 7K stone with 34% quant. Can't crack it. Yeah, I understand how that goes, Logan. One of the things since I started the mining stream here a couple of months ago, I started right after Christmas, and now that we have a bunch of we have a lot of guys who have come to the org who love to mine, as you can imagine, and so we do have guys around all day long. When you hit snags like that, you can usually give somebody a shout in the Discord. Not every time. There are times when it's quiet, but I've really enjoyed lately. Like yesterday, I was talking about how someone found a 6,000 mass, a 6,100 or a 5,900 mass at 49%, and that can be a tough crack too with a Lancet. So I was heading over to help. He eventually did crack it himself, but I was heading over to help him. That's one of the things we definitely do. You know, we have this kind of rule where if you're out mining and you know somebody finds a big one, you know, you go give them a hand. You know, let them scoop first, and then you take the tailings. That's okay though. I mean, it's, you know, helping each other out for that kind of stuff. So when you do run into those things yourself, you know, if you pitch in a little bit and help somebody else out, they'll help you out too. So, you know, that's one of the things, like I said, I've appreciated about the org lately, is guys are willing to kind of, you know, jump on and help each other. Or sometimes even one of the guys who doesn't like the mine says, hey, let me go scouting for you if you throw me on the mining ledger. You know, that type of thing. So, you know, different ways to make money in the game, working together as a team and, you know, as a collective, and it's one of those things. Now, Logan, one of the things you know, obviously you could, if you had the 2 surges or a surge and a stampede, you could take a double surge run at a 7,000, but 7,000 is starting to get to where it's going to be a little tough to hold that. You know, that's not an easy one. We'll go over to Teddy's here. Let's see. We'll look around a little more. There's orphanage again. You know what? We'll hit the orphanage again. We did all right that first time. We found stuff right away. And I like mining around the orphanage. But yeah, Logan, I understand how that goes. I definitely have. There are clusters and rocks that I've had to drive away from that are, you know, brutal. I think the other day I had a 6,000 mass at 49% I couldn't do. Oh, absolutely, Drac. There's a mining ship that can handle a 7K rock. It's called the Mole. And also 2 prospectors can work together. 2 prospectors can absolutely crack rocks together. And they share the same UI. So if I put my laser stuff on it and another prospector comes along and puts its lasers on it, we see the energy in the exact same place and can work together on it. So that's actually, you know, you can have multiple prospectors just come and crack the rocks. And in many cases, Drac, when we're doing mining operations, sometimes we just have the prospectors be rock breakers and not collectors, and just kit the moles out with like filters on them so they can actually are just designed. So your mole will hold 96 SCU. So you have like a scouting team that scouts for rocks, and when they locate them, then you bring in the breaking team, which is prospectors that will just work together and break the rocks and break them all up. Then you have a scooping team, well, you know, where you have your mole is kitted out just for specifically extracting, and will come and just, you know, and if you time it just right, your scouts are finding things. Your moles are back and forth in between. the refinery, and your braking teams are showing up, getting things broke just about the time that as the scouts kind of find something, then the prospectors show up. That relieves the scout to go on to find the next thing. And then hopefully, if you're in a good rhythm, your prospectors are about finishing breaking up the rocks into purple, so as the moles come in, they can kind of relieve the prospectors, do the scooping. So it's just kind of this really wonderful, when you do it right, you get this really awesome coordinated effort where you've got, Overwatch, security, scouts, you've got, your prospectors doing the breaking, your moles doing your scooping, and then another layer that's coming in that eventually you're going to have your 315Ps, and that type of thing with or little ships with tractor beams like the Argos will actually make and pull kind of, if there's garbage rocks, they'll pull those off of the pile, or they'll stack like the 100%ers, make different stacks of the qualities of rock. So when your moles come in the scoop, it's like, here's the 100% pile, you know what I mean? So there's layers to this, and it can be done really fun. One thing, Drac, I'll tell you, I wouldn't say even had the most efficient night, but in a 4-hour stretch as an organization, a couple of weeks ago, we did 496 SCU of Quantanium. And, that's a lot. I mean, that's almost 4 million. We actually bought a Cutlass Blue and had a whole bunch of change after that as well. Oh, here's our first cluster, guys. This is great. So we'll go in here and take a look at this. This is what we're looking for here. This is going to be all Quantanium. We'll take a look at it. Logan saying, I just found a doubler right next to a cluster. The only good one in the cluster was almost 8K, but several had 5 to 10%. And the doubler was a 3.530. Should I do the small one as well? You know what? If the one next to it is just like a 5% or something, I would say probably no. But in the doubler, if one of them, if it's up around 15 or something, it's probably never a bad idea. Now look what we have here. I have a ship here. Oh, it's a prospector. Okay. Got a good scan on it. Legal owner name is SCLPP. I don't know SCL. But you know what? We just kind of scanned and I'm sure he's got the same idea as I have here. So this is interesting. Well, we'll just go in here and scan the rocks and see how it goes. Alright, so we'll kind of come in here and get these guys to go. Well, we'll have to keep our eyes open here. We're not terribly far from the orphanage. Probably not too hard to locate, but we'll just see how it goes. Alrighty, so this is right off the bat a pretty decent rock. This is a 35-36, so that's not quite a full amount of SCU, but for the first rock we scanned a pretty good one. This is going to have nothing in it, 2%. Let's see we got a lot of rocks to scan here. This is a 5200 at 3%. And a 4100. And this is that's a 6900, I think, at 34%. That's a nice rock, actually, but one I definitely don't have the kit to break. There's a 6400 at 5. There's a 3500 at 12. Hey, there's a 3040 over there. Yeah, so I wonder if I can talk this guy into cracking this one with me. Let's see if we can work together on it. See if I can get him to drop a laser on it. Because there's a lot in this rock if we could work together. Oh. Gotta turn off your laser before you... He's gonna mine that 3040 over there, and that's just fine. I was hoping that we could work together on this. Let me catch his name. It was SL something. I wonder if I can just call him. See if this would work. I hate to disrupt his mining. It was like SLPPP. Let me just kind of... see if I can invite him to party. See if he'll do that. That's not a name I recognize, SCLPP, but it could be something I don't know. Oh, he blew up. He blew himself up. Oh, no. He's down. What the heck? Oh, he blew that rock up. Oh, no. Let's see here. Can he get back off the ground? Things have turned... The mining stream has turned desperate. That's so funny. He blew that rock straight up. Let's see if he... I'm gonna give him some distance here. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh, you guys. Wow. That is funny. Oh my stars in heaven. I'm going to take a look at it. Still in the passenger seat there. Well, Huh, I guess that maybe he was maybe he was cooking another rock? I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Either that or he had a friend close. Maybe he was cooking that rock. I couldn't see that he was. He was definitely in front of a rock there. So I think he might have killed me on purpose. And that's fine, whatever. It's actually funny. But I mean, it's interesting to me that he must have landed and decided to cook that rock, which is, you know, here nor there. And you know what? When you do this stuff, you kind of know at some point you're going to run into people that, you know... I think he cooked that rock. I think I couldn't tell, but it looked like maybe he had a laser on that rock in front of us. I mean, I'm assuming that. Maybe I got hit by something else, because I really don't know. It does say he committed vehicle homicide against me, so I would imagine maybe he was cooking a rock. Yeah, sure. Why not? So, you know, that kind of stuff happens. People are people. And I don't get too worried about that kind of stuff. And that has never happened on the stream before. It does make the stream a little more exciting. Although I think now, I think I'm on new... I think I'm on, I think I'm on, yeah, I'm outside of Microtech. Just no big deal. We can just go ahead and throw some more stuff on and go back to it. That's hilarious. You know, when you stream long enough, you know that something like that's going to happen, and I was surprised it hadn't happened already, to be perfectly honest. Cool. So we'll go ahead and start throwing on some more armor. We got lots of it. I couldn't see that the, I didn't see his laser on there. I'll have to go back and look and see. I mean, if he had it on, I didn't see the beam. But he definitely was facing a rock right there. And I definitely kind of came in and was looking close, so, you know, like, you know, bad on me. I mean, generally when people get around me that I don't really know, I generally kind of fly off, and I certainly had that thought to myself, like, maybe I should fly off, but you know what? I didn't. And so, here we find ourselves. Let me grab some armor here, and a helmet, and a backpack. Cool. There's some of that. Awesome. Some of that. All right. Weapons. We'll throw a sidearm on. And some ammo. And we will throw a utility guy on. And this is probably not a bad thing to see. You know, really honestly, it's kind of, what do you do after... oh, no, look at this. I do have one. I was going to say, I don't see the standard attachment that I normally would go with. Getting low on those. And throw a med gun on as well, and we'll go ahead and fly back over to ARC-L1 and go from there. I'm the guy in ED who puts an extra fuel tank on all new ships because I know I'm going to blow that ship up, and I want the explosion to be epic. Yeah, Drac, that's funny. I can appreciate that, for sure. All right, so I'll just grab something like the Pisces, and we'll fly that back over to ARC-L1. I can do it fast. Now, the Pisces isn't the fastest ship to fly, but we'll take that over. And so, yeah, it was interesting to me seeing somebody who I didn't know kind of on a cluster. And, you know, in Star Citizen, I gave that guy the benefit of the doubt. And sometimes when you give people the benefit of the doubt, you know, they have different interests than you have. And it is what it is. You know, the one thing I definitely, you know, want to say just right off the bat, I don't know if I'm not angry at all in any way, shape, or form. You know, if you know, for whatever reason, if that's the choice that person wanted to make, I mean, I definitely will remember the name. And you know, there's some argument to be made where a lot of people want to take the teeth out of Star Citizen, and I would prefer that they don't. I mean, I'm somebody who I mine all the time. I'm not a, like, I always make the joke that I'm kind of a sheep and wool, you know, or a sheep in wolf's clothing or whatever. I mean, or, you know, I'm a sheep among wolves is kind of what I'm saying. You know, I mine. That's what I do. I don't do combat stuff, but I don't worry about that either. You know, like if somebody wants to blow me up or do combat-y stuff, have at it. Now that was a funny way to do it. You know, pretty clever way to do it, and you know, just as a miner, I might actually try to help you. And that's, I was trying to get his attention to say, hey, let's crack this thing together and make some money. All right, off we go. All right, going, Joey Goodwin. How you doing today, Joey? Good to see you.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Oh, and Craig's saying, making a really good point too. That's an excellent point, Craig, and something I didn't even consider. Obviously I was thinking that he was probably being malicious. Maybe he's just a new player to the game and doesn't really understand the mechanics and kind of got his ship in a mess and thought, well, here, I'll just kind of, have a little fun with this or whatever. And yeah, that's exactly right. That's an excellent point, and one that I didn't consider, and one that I should have considered, which is maybe he was just bad at mining. So that was actually funny. Hey, Lawrence, welcome to the channel. Not a name I recognize. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, so we're having some fun today. We did a cargo haul, which we don't normally do, and showed the backside of the gaming loop where you kind of haul your refined material. It's funny. We flew to Lorville. There was a hostel there, so we flew to Microtech sold, and then flew back to ArcL1. We went to ArcL1. We did some mining. We got kind of a half load, 15 SCU by the time it was refined. We went back to ArcL1 to do a little more mining. Did run into a name I hadn't seen before. Kind of both approached the same cluster, and he ended up blowing up rocks next to me, I think. And then trip back to the old imprint lounge, and then we're back. Headed to ArcL1 to see if we can pull something out of this video. I think what we'll do is we'll go back to ArcL1. I'll set the imprint, and we'll head off to the Aaron Halo. And we'll go from there. Nine is thinking or saying, you made me wondering if there's a thermal or EM spikes when they hit the button. Interesting thought. Yeah, it's a good question. Joey's saying, I watched a concept video yesterday for a Drake mining wasp, but I need that thing to become a reality. Joey, I would like to see myself some kind of, me. I want all sorts of ridiculous variants for mining. You can do all the mining stuff they want. I would love to see like a two-seater miner, like a twin pod type thing that was maybe somewhere in between. He self-destructed. Oh, I see. I was fairly close to him at the time. Although that is interesting, that's interesting. I was gonna go down there and land and see if he needed a ride. To be honest with you, so I was fully committed to helping him, and he was fully maybe, who knows what his intentions were, but I got blown up. So anything that I've been looking for more high octane content in the mining stream. I mean. There's so many times we do the mining stream and we don't get blown up, and we just kind of go out and do routine stuff. So, today has been anything but routine. Cargo runs with a hostile, getting blown up. It's awesome. It's fun. You know what I mean? And yeah, sure, it takes a little more time, but you can't come out every single day and have the same thing happen. And, and like I said, as somebody who does not participate too much in PvP, obviously in organization stuff, or any time I have to stand shoulder to shoulder with the org members, man, I'm gunning, full blazing, you know what I mean? But for the most part, what I do in Star Citizen on a day-to-day basis isn't really wrapped around PvP or even PvE too much, where it's, where it's combat orientated. But I will tell you, as somebody who flies around and doing mostly industrial stuff, I don't want them to take the teeth out of this game. I want it to be as Wild West as possible. You know what I mean? Vince Clortho, welcome to the channel, Vince. I really appreciate it. Ninja Slap 2, not a name I recognize. Nice, welcome to the channel. This is great. Never get to see the mining process. Now I want to give it a try. Yeah, that's awesome, Vince. I'm glad that you're participating. And I'll tell you, if you go back, I have lots and lots of streams where you can go back and watch them, where you can learn the Quantanium mining loop. But you can mine for whatever you want. Laranite, Terranite, Bexelite. Cut your teeth on some of those other ones before you get into Quantanium mining if you want. Mining's just fun in Star Citizen, I'll tell you that much. Ninja Slap says, see what happens when you try to help. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to go ahead and say this, but there's an old saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You know what I mean? So that's probably what happened there. It's in my nature, I think, to kind of be more like, hey, there's like, I would be the person definitely to be like, you're kind of, back in the old days, kind of taking like a horse ride like between cities, and you go through the forest, and then there's like somebody there like, with their, laying by the side of a broken wagon wheel, like holding their leg. I would definitely be the guy to jump off and help, and then get surrounded by the bandits, and they take my lunch money. That's me. That's in my nature. I definitely, I'm fortunately surrounded by people who are a little more, a little more discerning with that stuff, and they, I'm in a good organization, because they, for the most part, unless I wander off on my own and stream and show people exactly where I am, I generally don't have too many problems. So Rock Guy says, good to see you on. See your start is going just like mine. Yeah, Rock Guy, it's going great. Yeah, we're off to the races today. So no big deal. We're enjoying it nonetheless. Yeah, thank you, 14. 14 is saying, don't forget to set your imprint or your spawn when you get there. I'm going to definitely do that. I had traded it over to Tressler for last night's op, and it definitely cost me here a little bit of time. So when first order of business when I get on Arc, I'll want to set my spawn. Chris Bates says, investigate name, extend invitation to learn mining. That's a good point, Chris. I should probably chat with that guy and say, hey, are you interested in learning how to mine? Because I can help you not blow things up if that wasn't your intention, And then Ninja Slap's laughing. I hear that. So we are gonna go hide in the Aaron Halo and have a quiet rest of the stream here after we set the imprint. Here's the good news. I want to say, my prospector, I don't know if you had noticed when I was going up the ladder, it looked like it had damage on it. Like I really was planning on reclaiming my prospector, like pulling the stuff off of it and reclaiming it anyways. So I will say that, I wanted to reset the model on it anyways. So, it cost me a few space bucks to do that, but that's all right. That's how we look at those things in a positive light, Like I said, she was the paint job was looking a little rough, so insurance claim is going to be, kind of put her just right back. She's going to be looking shiny. So we're coming out of Quantum here. Yeah, the Pisces doesn't have the most awesome quantum drive, but you know what? For a 30-second claim timer ship, we're not going to complain about it at all. We're going to hit. Ooh. We're spooling for second quantum. Oh boy. And as soon as this guy decides to go to second quantum, I keep firing the button, but it's... There we go. We will fly in on a rail here. We're going to come in pretty hot, just because it is the Pisces, and we can have a little fun here. So you can see we're coming in we're cooking in here a little good. Okay. Now, I'm turning off decouple, and watch, I'm coming in pretty hot, and I'm rolling over, I'm rolling over. I'm looking at my back, and then I'm going to go ahead and just fire forward. I've got boosters.
Thank you.
I'm slowing down. Really good there. And in we are. So now we can just kind of, that's kind of the old, I don't know, Expanse style. We'll drop the gear.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Landing gear deployed.
All right, there we go. So yeah, I decoupled for a second there, rolled her over, and just kind of, goosed it in the opposite direction, and so we kind of came in nice and hot. Flying to Pisces is fun when you fly, big ships around a lot. Flying in drunk. Am I in a spot where they'll even do this for me? I don't think I am. Let's find out. Oh, they will. Nice. Oh, look at the Oh, they are filling up quantum fuel. Cool. Off we go.
Offline.
I was just kind of curious. Nice turn and burn. Yeah, that definitely turn and burn there for sure. Yeah, alrighty. In we go. I think I have another FLTRXL in inventory. If not, we may need... I probably will just pull my second prospector and use that guy. Quantanium and coffee. Choices and consequences. Today's been an interesting stream for sure. It's great. It's great that it's just different. You know, sometimes you got to shake it up a little bit. So Lawrence Hat is asking what's coupled versus decoupled. So when you're coupled, like if you're flying forward, your jets will automatically just stop you. You know, like if you let go of the throttles, it'll come back to zero on its own. If you fly decoupled, it's kind of like if you start in a direction, if you turn off decoupling, you'll fly in that direction forever, just kind of how space is. So like decoupled is kind of how space is nowadays. Like you don't have, you know, like you don't have kind of constant lasers just, or pardon me, thrusters constantly just trying to auto-correct and things. So decoupled is one of those things where if you get good with it, if you turn on, like a lot of people can really, really decouple and not necessarily, and use just kind of the inertia and learn how to handle that kind of stuff and deal with it that way. And so, oh yeah, I want to do a claim on that, my ship first of all. So we'll do that. So we'll file a claim for that guy. We'll get that going. But now that I have that going, I can do this. Take a look at the prospector. And, oh, I'm sorry, that's moved down the prospector slot 2 now. So I don't have an extra one of those right now, so I will have to run down there and grab one. But I'll just go back to prospector 1, because that does have the stuff on there. And so with Prospector 1, I have both of what I want on there, and we'll just go ahead and call that guy. Alrighty. That's a good way to look at it. Redemption is saying coupled is a bit like training wheels. It keeps your speed and vector in check. And yes, I agree with that. That's an excellent way to think about it as well. It's a little bit like training wheels. That's a... And most of the time people fly, I think a lot of people fly in coupled mode. Oh, did I take a look at my new mole paint yet? That's actually a really good point. So let me do this. I'm going to store... Let's go do that for just a sec, because that's something I do want to do. So let me do this. I'm going to... You guys, this is... This paint job on the mole is cool. So let's take a look here. I am going to do this real quick. I'm going to go to the mall. Because we're just doing... You know, today's kind of an extra day for streaming for me. I don't normally get to do Sundays. And so... Oh, I don't have... I guess I did not go do the rest of the process where I add the paint. I think I would have to go do... Let me see if I can do that over here. Give me a sec, you guys. I'm going to go to Robert's Space. Oh, I'd have to probably log off of the game, though. So I guess I'm not going to do that now. But I definitely will have to check that out. I was going to throw it on there and go run and look at it. But you know what? Because I haven't had a chance to do that yet. But I will... Oh, it may be stored at Tressler, too. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I'll go do this Aaron Halo run real quick, and then we'll see where we're at after that. They go to your home location. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'll have to fly the mole over there. Then, and we'll kind of see. We'll see how this goes, and then we'll the good news is, like I said, this is just extra today. I got to. It's so cool. I mean, I get to I normally don't get to stream on Sundays because there's a kind of a family game day that goes on with me and one of my best friends in life, his kids, and I get my son and his daughters get together and we do a lot of gaming stuff on Sundays. And so he's on, I had a cold this week and I know they're getting ready to travel on spring break, so I didn't want to kind of share get one of them sick before they leave for their trip. So I kind of canceled this weekend, and then they're gone the next couple weekends. So I'm going to have some Sundays here where we can do a little extra. And so this is kind of fun. It's been a while since I took the polar prospector out. But everything's looking nice and clean. And Logan is saying, just wondering, since I'm going to run a Cutlass, if I have three runs of 10 SCU each, can I fit them in? Yeah, I think don't quote me on it, but it seems like the Cutlass can hold 46 SCU. So even if you got a full 32 SCU run of Quantanium, you can definitely haul a 1-to-1 every time. There's enough overhead to haul 1-to-1 every time. So yeah, it looks like we got a little bit of taking on some quantum fuel, taking on some hydrogen here, getting the repair in before we take off. Yeah, good stuff. Thanks, no problem, Logan. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I started out with the Prospector and the Cutlass Black, and so you kind of you do kind of like a 1-to-1 where I'm gonna kind of wait for the repair here to see if it snaps into place. Yep, there it goes. Yep, good. So we're all repaired and up off the thing we go. So we're just gonna disappear into the anonymity of the Aaron Halo for the rest of this mining here. You know, we trusted people, and that trust was not well placed. So we're gonna go sneak into the black here and finish our mining today.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm lining up on HURL5. I'll drop out around 7.7, that area, and we'll see how that goes. Hopefully, if I see anybody in the Aaron Halo, I'm running. I'm telling you that. Dasman, Star Citizen Channel. How you doing, Daz? Making sure the crash is, make sure to cash in all your refined without, before the next patch goes active, or you might lose them. That's, Dasman, that is an excellent point. Daz is saying, before 317 goes live, make sure if you have any Quantanium refining jobs going, or any refining jobs, make sure that you get those cargo runs in prior to the day the patch drops, because even though there's not a wipe, your refining jobs generally do get wiped, and you don't want to lose that work. I've lost it a couple times myself, and so I definitely haul in all of my refining the week that I know that the patch is going live. If I do any mining, I just sell the materials directly without refining them, especially within the last day or two. And you do your best with that. It's a smart thing to do so you don't lose your refining jobs. All right, so we're kind of cruising here. I'll just drop out here into the Aaron Halo in just a moment, and we'll go ahead and get started. So it's coming down into the 8s. We're going to drop it. It's in the 7 area that we... I was kind of curious. I was wondering if I dropped out a little ahead of what I normally do. I was just kind of curious, like, how much of this actually lasts. You're a little bit further here. Craig Blair is saying, do we have any idea when 317 is releasing? No, not really yet. Not yet at all. We don't. All right, so we drop out of here at the Aaron Halo. What I normally do here is I immediately clear route, and I'll set ARC L1 as my route at that point. And I'll just go ahead and turn right over and keep the sun at my back. Kind of keep Arc L1 at my 12 o'clock position. I'll kind of switch over to mouse and keyboard. I will turn off my, you know, we'll set kind of a cruising speed, and off we go. So we're going to look around for rocks. We're going to look at singles and all sorts of different kinds. You know, here in the Halo is a little different meta than 14. Yeah, it's in Evo, so and it is progressing nicely. So yeah, it probably still is a couple weeks, but you know, it's definitely doing good so far from everything that we hear. 5122. This is a Laranite node. Okay, we'll keep on moving. So, you know, if you're on the server, you know, and it's funny, I've had, you know, we had kind of a hostile at Lorville, and then you know, a guy who's, you know, blew me up on a node, and I don't know if it was intentional or not, and I'm not going to draw conclusions one way or the other. But you know what? This is what miners can do in this situation, is just kind of work your way out to the air in Halo, go for some anonymity in this area. That's a signature scan. We'll keep moving in on that. Yeah, but you know, get yourself a little anonymity in the air in Halo, and then go ahead and see if you can, you know, see if you can kind of keep yourself in a situation where you're not. No, that's Bexelite. That's actually not bad stuff. See if you're, you know, kind of stay somewhat anonymous out here in the air in Halo, and you know, and it's never a bad thing to do. Cool. And we're gonna keep moving in. We're cruising at about 3:30 or so, and like I said, you kind of keep if you keep your quantum position kind of at your 12 o'clock, a lot of times you'll make it so you don't necessarily fly back around in a circle and end up scanning the same place. You know, it's one of the things you're looking to avoid, and it's pretty easy to do, quite honestly. If you don't take some kind of a focal point and just kind of keep heading towards that. That's a SIG scan, and now we're getting the deeper scan, and I will scan singles. I did find a 49% single the other day out here, which is pretty nice, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, alrighty. So Dasman is asking if I've ever used two optimums back to back. You know, I don't know that I've ever had to necessarily keep the green window that big, Daz, myself. But you know, I mean, I do think that there's an argument to be made, especially when you're doing the surge technique, where maybe the optimum can expand that window out at the end, and that can be a very helpful thing to try and hold into the green, is making that window bigger, for sure. So there's a signature scan. We'll keep heading towards these guys and see if we can get a little bit of the. And so we're not picking up the rest of the scan yet. A lot of times that means that these just won't scan, and that does happen in the air in Halo. These just, you know, where you run into rocks that just won't scan, and that's looks to be the case here. So we'll just keep on moving. Having a little fun out here at the old mining stream today. Cargo running, did one kind of you know, half a load of SCU Illyria, went back to Illyria, did kind of run into a guy who you know, ended up blowing me up, and like I said, don't know what the intention was there, not worried about it, and so kind of licking our wounds. We're back out here in the air in Halo, seeing if we can find something to you know, to kind of write home about. Alright, so here's our next victim. Probably a SIG scan here. You can tell by how fast it's moving. Yep, there's our signature scan. Then when you start getting in around this area is when you... Yep, you can see I'm starting to get the rest of the scan in. That's a 5122 mass. This is going to be gold, diamond, and borace. And you see that combination a lot out this way. So we're in the air in Halo looking around for something to put the lasers on. You know, You can see us kind of... Notice with the three different, things that I pinged here, notice I'm kind of putting them in the center. I'm trying to go towards each of them so they'll draw. So this first one will draw off to the left here, usually. I don't see anything. Okay, we're getting them. There's, okay, a couple of singles there. Oh, no, maybe there's a doubler. Alrighty. So, yeah, we're finding some rocks to scan. This is going to be 4931. This is Borace. It's a Quantanium rock, actually, at 2%. So not quite enough in there to write home about. We'll keep on a searching here. Fuzz Logan saying, just finished my first run. Took about 45 minutes. Got 21 SCU Quant. Not bad for a first run. That's awesome. Congratulations. No, that's an excellent first run. Patience is the name of the game. That is absolutely right. You got to be patient as heck when you're mining. That's, I mean, nothing, some days it'll amaze you. You'll put the shit, you'll kind of go mining and you'll find stuff right away and it'll be easy peasy. And some days you got to work for it. And, but, patience always pays off at this game for sure. Dasman said, you had pirate trouble? I don't know, Daz, if it was pirate trouble or not. It was another person in the Prospector, and we both kind of found a cluster around the same time, I guess, and I was kind of maybe a little too trusting. I was kind of trying to see if I could, I tried to invite him into a party and see if he'd help me crack this 6,000 rock that had 35% in it. I figured we could share that and then break up another couple, and I was going to just kind of talk to him. But then he blew up a rock that he was mining, and it was kind of far away. His ship looked like it almost got disabled down on the ground, and if it wasn't, and he was acting, he did a great job. I don't know. I'm just saying, But then I went in a little closer to him, and he self-destructed and blew me up too. So, anyways, it was, anything that ends in explosions is always good for the channel, I think. To be perfectly honest with you. Now this looks like it's a little cluster here, you guys. So what do we have? This is a 4-pack. And this is going to be Quantanium rocks. So let's go in here and see if there's one of them worth mining. So this is a 4-pack of Quantanium rocks. One of them scanned at 2%, so not great. But we are hoping that one of these other ones will scan. And so let's go ahead and we'll take a look at this guy. We're hoping one of these has a good percentage in it. That's a 4631. That's a 9%er, so that's not going to be enough. We're going to scan this guy now. This is the 2%er. So here are my other two that I can scan. Kind of crossing our fingers, hoping one of these has a good percentage in it. That's an interesting. These aren't actually together. They're not. You can see these ones are at 600 range. And these ones are at 1900. These other two are not Quantanium. So it just I was kind of thrown off visually there. They're not in the actual same little group. So off we go. Dasman says he's learned to have more patience when mining, especially Quantanium. Absolutely, you got to be. Dasman says it wasn't me. I just it wasn't you, Daz. I didn't see who it was. It was SCLPP was the name. And I'll look into that later and just kind of double check and see what the plan was. And it may have been just a guy. Chris Bates made an excellent point. It may have just been a guy who didn't know how to mine, or was just kind of out for his first time having some fun or whatever. So you never know. No big deal, for the love of heaven. So we're out here in Halo looking around for something to mine today, and that's what we'll do. Okay, we are getting the secondary slow scan. So you get a signature scan from a distance usually, and then as you get in a little closer, you'll get kind of the scan result scan. So it's just kind of one of the kind of the scanning meta, the way it works a little bit. All right. Now, although today, and if you guys go back and if you check all the recent streams, there's been tons and tons and tons of time where we just hit Lyria and find lots of Quantanium and give excellent demonstrations. Today was a little different. I had an extra day. We did a cargo run. we're just kind of having fun today. So, we have eventually found ourselves out into the Halo here, but, I will say that if you like mining content in Star Citizen, and I think some of the regulars on the channel here would agree, go ahead and like and sub, you guys. I don't ask very often. This is the first time in the stream I've asked, but, it does help. It is surprising to me how many young new miners there are in Star Citizen. And helping them along to the channel. We answer all their questions, answer any of your questions as well. If you like theory crafting anything about Star Citizen, but in particular, I do a lot of mining stuff. Like and sub. Go ahead and join. Think about maybe subbing to the channel, and I at least try to do a couple times a week. Do a mining stream just like this where we actually just go mining, answer questions, and do that type of thing. So here's a single here. We're going to put a scan on this guy. This is probably going to be a SIG scan. You can see it was pretty quick. So I'm going to get in a little closer here and see if we can get just a result scan. It doesn't look like we're going to get one. Sometimes they just won't scan. Yep, we'll just keep on moving. Here's our next victim here. All right, this is a 4631. This is diamond, corundum, and gold, so that's not going to do it for us. Alrighty, we'll keep on moving here. Ninja Slash says, I bought a paint job for the first time ever. I don't see it in game. So that's a good question, Ninja. And there's something we were talking about earlier. You may have to return to your starting zone. But I also think there's something you have to do on the Robert Space Industries site to activate it. I could be wrong about that. But you at least have to go... Lawrence, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Lawrence said that he's a new sub. That's awesome. I appreciate that. But I do think you have to go to your original... 14 was saying earlier, you have to go to your original landing zone, wherever that is, your home base landing zone, and it will come into the game there. So you have to fly the ship there in order to... So this is a 4931. This is also diamond, borace, and corundum. We'll keep on looking. So we're... Okay. It's kind of keeping ourselves orientated with this, with ARC L1 at our 12 o'clock position. We don't want to get turned around here for sure. Now, as all you people who are regulars to the stream, these Air and Halo trips are, sometimes you find stuff right away, and sometimes you have to come out here and look for it. You have to dig it out. You have to work for it a little bit, and that's okay. Got our next victim here to scan. Let's see what we got. That was a signature scan. And we're not getting that secondary scan, so we'll keep on this. We'll go look at this guy here. Yeah, but we love answering questions on here as well. Doing lots of theory crafting about Star Citizen. Talking anything that you guys want to talk about. Just throw it into the chat and we'll absolutely talk about it when it comes to Star Citizen. And there's a lot of big changes happening, obviously, with selling mechanics and refueling mechanics. Can you talk a little bit how instability works and how to use a branch module properly? Thanks in advance. So instability, what happens is when your laser intensity is climbing, it will fall up and down. And the higher the instability, the wilder those swings are. So, if you have like a 2.5 instability, it's going to be big chunks are going to go up into the laser intensity and fall out. And so it makes it harder to keep the laser intensity inside the optimal window the higher the instability is. When you have a Lancet, the Lancet laser head reduces the instability by 75%. And then if you throw a Brant on top of that, it's another 75%, I believe. So you can take an instability of 10 and then the Brandt cuts it down to 2.5, or the pardon me, the Lancet Laserhead cuts it down to 2.5, and then you fire the Brandt and it takes it down to like 0.61. So by the instability being like a 0.61, as it goes up and down, it doesn't swing as wildly. So you can react easier to the different changes as it kind of spikes up and down. It makes it so you can feather your mouse wheel or whatever you're using to articulate the laser intensity, and it just kind of brings it into control. So the higher the instability, the wilder those things swing a little bit. So I hope that answers that question. And I can speak to that a little bit if you remind me when we find something to mine as well. I can kind of give a little bit of a tutorial on that. So we're cruising around in the air in Halo here. We haven't found anything to mine yet, and that's okay. I mean, it's just kind of one of those things. You cruise out in the air in Halo, and you know, obviously mining's pretty relaxing. This is a 3-pack here. Now there's a little bit of a lore piece about the 3-packs out here. It's something Spectre 21 taught me, is that 3-packs in this part of the air in Halo are never Quantanium. I still scan them every time to see if the meta will ever break. But 3-packs have never been Quantanium out in this part of the cluster, and not sure why it is that way, but that it is that way. So Logan says that explained it perfectly. That makes me feel good. I'm glad that you I'm glad that that explanation worked out for you, sir. Cool. All right, so we're just kind of doing some scanning here, looking for something to mine. Dan says he gets up to like 10 meters from the rock to see if to see the green arc better, usually on Lyria, just because it causes shadow. And yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if you get real close, you can kind of tuck against the rock and get a little more contrast, for sure. All right, so there's a 6,000 here. We'll hit this one first. Yeah, all right. So we got a couple of rocks there. Let's see what we got. Cross our fingers and hopefully get some Quantanium going here. That's a SIG scan. Yeah, we're getting a slower scan now. So that's aluminum and diamond and corundum. So we know that's not what we're looking for, but we were looking over this way as well. So we'll kind of take a look at this guy. Basically, kiss the rock. That's a good point, Daz. I mean, you can definitely do that and get a little more contrast. That is for sure. All right, so another twin pack over here. Now, Air and Halo doesn't follow anywhere near the Lyria meta. You know, the Lyria meta, anything that's more than 2 rocks is always Quantanium. Definitely not like that out here. Far more random. 4631 mass. This is that is a Quantanium rock at 37% at 4600 mass. So, yeah, we found the one we're looking for, but we're going to look at the other one as well. So that's a good sign. We did find a good rock to mine, and we'll go ahead and see how that goes. There's the second one to scan here as well, though. And we'll do that now. So we're scanning this rock here. This is a 4931, and this is a Quantanium at 2%. So this is going to be our rock here. I'm not going to fly directly at it. Notice I'm flying off to the side, kind of picking up some speed. And then we'll slow down real good, and then we'll just kind of come in and take a look at this guy. So this is going to be our guy right here. Let me go ahead and pop the mining laser out. And I'll do a little calculation on this guy before we get started. You can see me kind of setting up to the shadow side of things. And we'll get a scan going on this thing. And while this thing's scanning, I will grab my QuantCalc. And I will pull up QuantCalc, and I'll punch in a mass here. So my mass looks like, I think it's a little, let me look here. I think that's a 4831, 4631. So yep, definitely a difference there. So it's a 4631. So let's go ahead and do that. 4631. And the mass of that, it's 37.1. Those are 37.1. Let me go ahead and calculate that rock out. That is actually 34 SCU of Quantanium. So, you know, potentially if it breaks clean here, we could have a uni. I mean, it would have to break exceptionally clean. But let's just kind of put the lasers on it and see how it goes. The one thing that we're definitely hoping to avoid is a dead break. That's when you break it down and then the secondary rock doesn't have an outline on it, so you actually can't break it. But you know what? We're going to make this, we're going to go ahead now. Look, we have a really nice contrast here. If using the dark part of space to put the UI window in. You can see my range. I'm at about 8 or so away. You know, I'm not quite right on top of it, but you know, right in that area. This is going to be a fairly easy break. This, you know, the instability is 2.05. It is inside this mass. We'll kind of put it in the optimal and see if we need to fire a Brant. I'm hoping not necessarily to fire a Brant on first break, but we'll see how it goes. Daz says he's off the wallet to see if there's anything there for mining. I found 24 SCU, I think, on Walla yesterday, Daz. So yeah, I did. I put Walla on the stream yesterday. It was fun. Alrighty. So here we get to do some mining on the mining stream today. This is great. And so we snuck into the green. I'm going to let it kind of get mid-optimal before I get too crazy with feathering down. Keeping an eye on it. It is still climbing. Notice I'm rolling back fairly significantly. I put it back down to 36%. It is falling kind of wildly. I feathered right back up, but I'm keeping an eye on it, keeping it right in the optimal as much as we can. Good fight, you know, feathering back and forth, keeping it in the optimal. I think we got a good break there, you guys. So good break there. It looks like most of them have the outline. That's a good sign, okay? That's 100% Quantanium there. Okay, and give me just 1 second here. Yeah, my cold caught up with me for a second there. I had to blow my nose, and I didn't want you to hear that. So, kind of muted the mic for just a sec. Oh, this is really good, maybe, you guys. So, let's see here. One of these is going to be another hundo. Yeah, so this guy... So, I got a hundo here and a hundo here. But one of them has to have a little bit more in it as well. So, I think it's going to end up being this guy. So, this has nothing in it. I'm going to scan each of these again. Yeah, that's nothing. I don't know that all of this broke in 2 of them. Oh, okay. So there's yeah, that makes a little more sense to me. There's a little bit in that guy. Whole lot of nothing in that guy. Yeah. Well, very interesting. Looks like it really does, you know, just kind of double checking. So, 2 big rocks right here. So this guy here is a hundo. And that is going to be 18 SCU. And then this person right here is going to be a hundo. And that is really 16 SCU. So, I mean, really, it is all in there. Nice. It's just going to be these 2 breaks. So we're not going to sneeze on this at all. We're just going to go ahead and go right to work. So I'm going to get in a good optimal range. We are climbing fairly steadily. I'm going to fire a Brant as soon as this kind of gets into the green. I'm walking it into the green, kind of, you know, trying to keep it. Notice it's a 2.5 instability. And you can see here, and this is kind of what we mean. Like, you know, I'm going to leave this in here. You can see... Like, it's big chunks. See how it moves up really fast and if it will fall out really fast? It's not as easy to deal with like a 2.5 instability. You can see like it already jumped out and that type of thing. Now I am able to do it, and this one's being fairly easy. But notice now when I fire the Brant at the 2.5 instability, it falls down to a 0.62 instability, or you know. And it just makes it so it's a lot easier to manage. You know, it's not gonna move up and down. Now, it was actually for a 2.5. That guy was acting pretty stable there for a minute, even before I fired the Brant. But I can tell you that having the Brant does make it far easier to mine. And of course, the good news is if you do it just right, you can actually break 2 up with 1 Brant. It's a little mini game I like to play with my, play. I was gonna say play with myself. That wasn't gonna sound great. Don't want that sound bite out there. Anyways, I try and sneak this in before 30 seconds. I don't think I'm going to do it this time. Maybe. I can't see the number. We're going to try and break both these guys, though, with the same Brant. And I'm not paying attention as much to chat, you guys, right this second. So let's go ahead and see where we're falling behind. Rock Eye says, and I fell out here kind of reading. Hold on, let me finish breaking rocks and then I'll... Boy, she's being kind of sticky. It's alright. Brant will fall out here in just a second. We'll kind of watch it. Let's see if we can finish it out here at a 2.5 without... So I let it fall out for a second because I didn't want it to... I'm just going to fire a Brant and be done with it. You know, we'll finish it up. And the thing is burn the consumables. Burn the consumables, for sure. Definitely could have been a little more efficient on the second rock. You know, I kind of let my eyes wander over to the chat a little bit, and then it fell out, and not as clean as a break as it could have been. But we're gonna get this thing broke right down, and we're gonna call it good. You can see she really tried to jump up there a couple of times on me, and then fall back out right away. All right, so we're gonna begin extracting. So coming back to here, yeah, I did have a cold this week, and then 14 ended up with the exact same thing. So we were wondering how that works, but you know, it definitely was something that happened. You see this from time to time. Like, look, I'm trying to extract this, and it's being a little grumpy about extracting. You just have to kind of be patient. Usually, it will kind of find its way again. If you just kind of hit different ones, it will eventually just kind of start working. Now, all these are 100%ers, so I don't have to worry about it too much. Here it comes. You know, that's kind of what you're looking for. Oh, absolutely, Daz. I prefer the Brants 100%. The surges are just for getting the bigger rocks. I kind of just, if they're beyond my range, I just kind of move on. Getting the bigger ones to me isn't nearly as important as having a clean process when you're on good Quantanium. But that's my personal choice. Everybody can make their own choices. And I know Spec 4, who joins me a lot of times on the stream, he loves this. He hates to leave that 6,000 plus mass one on the table. He absolutely wants to get that one, so he always loads the surge. But that's not, I'm a little different. I just like to take the 2 Brants and the FLTR XL. Those are the things that seem to serve me the best. But, everybody definitely does their own thing. And I think that's one of the beauty. No, not one person's right. It's what's right for you. You know what I mean? Is kind of the way that I like to think about it there. So we're just breaking 20 SCU. We've got a couple of unis still here we got a couple of purple still here to haul in. We are starting to get around that range where we like, which is we're breaking 25 SCU here. This is a good sized rock. This is going to get us real close. Up around the 30 area. And this here is, we might pull off a uni. It just depends. We're getting close. We're getting close. Look at that. We did it. So that's a uni, folks. That's and I think that there's you know, that ended up being a unicorn run right there. So that was an excellent run. Let's go ahead and, we already got our route set, so we're just going to kind of pivot towards. I'm going to clear myself of the rocks just to make sure that there's not going to be any kind of. Normally, when you go into quantum, there's no problems. But yeah, that is a full 32 SCU of Quantanium, and we are headed back to Artport. Now, you know, we'll see how this goes. I mean, if somebody has been watching the stream today and, you know, we get, you know, interrupted at Arcal 1, then it is what it is. You know, we're just going to try and fly this guy in and have a little fun with it. So, if not, you know, that's fine too. Not saying that's happening. That was a good rock, but you know what? It was a better break. I mean, there was 30 some SCU in that rock, but you know, like almost like a 1 or 2% wound up in that other rock. So it broke. That thing broke perfectly clean for it to become a uni. So that was a heck of a break. I mean, that broke. You know, 2 100%ers that equal 32 SCU is pretty. It really doesn't get much cleaner than that as far as breaks go. So. Here we go to Arcal 1. We're going to come out of first quantum here. We're going to go into second quantum. We're going to bring it in on a string, land it, and go put this guy in the refinery. On this particular Prospector, I have the Atlas drive, which is really, you know, a great all-around quantum drive. Not quite as fast as the Rush or the VK00, but definitely has way more range. So, you know, when I do those short loops, I definitely like to go with the VK00 or with the Rush drive. But as far as an all-arounder, you can't really do much better than the Atlas drive. All right, we're coming out of first quantum now. All right, we're going to go ahead and spool up the drive for second quantum to get a little closer to the to Arcal 1 wide forest station. And that's really one of the nice things about the Atlas is how fast it does that. It kind of, the cooldown time was next to nothing, and you spin right back up and off you go. So we're coming in. Beautiful rocks in the Lagrange. The Lagrange has the Lagrange points have the new asteroid types, and man, they look, you know, they look really amazing. The Air and Halo still kind of has the older ones or whatever. And so we're coming in fairly hot here. We're doing about 370 or so. Right in that area. 372 if I lean into it. Making good speed. I'm really looking forward to this new press 1 button to call the station. I am going to set that immediately on one of my sticks. All right, we're going to kind of fall back. I'm going to go ahead and call. See, this is kind of stuff like you always have to kind of like end all that. It's always just kind of a hot mess in that part of the. I'll pull the gear down. We've called the station. Haven't gotten a response yet, and sometimes that happens. No big deal. I just cancel this part, and then just call them again. And that can definitely happen. I'm still moving in. There's a pad, so we got our pad. We're gonna move on in and drop it on there. Hey, there's a familiar face over this way, and you know, and the type of thing that I like to see when I'm bringing in some, you know, a full load of Quantanium. That was Spec 9, and he was right there Anybody would have anybody would have gotten Froggy. They would have got probably a face full of lasers. So, good stuff. That's awesome. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do our post-flight stuff here. Haven't even heard first alarm yet. So, Logan saying, how fast are rocks to spawn? Good question. Rocks to spawn, I don't necessarily know that there's a set timer that has, but I do think it has something to do with your proximity of how close you are to them. If you get over 1,000 away, they can despawn immediately. If it registers that you're not around them, I think that they can go at any moment. As far as I know, there have been a time when like we broke 4 rocks or 5 rocks down with the mole, and by the time we went to scoop, one of them had despawned. So I think it's kind of a mixed bag a little bit. I don't know that it's a set amount, but I definitely know that they do despawn for sure. And part of that has to do with how close you do stay to them, Logan, for sure. We've had rocks that were like 1,100 apart from each other, but both had good Quantanium, and it broke the one down, flew to the other one. We're going to break that one down and flew back and scoop, and by the time we flew back, it was like that rock never existed. And it was slightly over 1,000 away. So, you know, like, it is... I'm not exactly sure what all the procedural mechanics are there, but there's... Some of it has to do with proximity. All right. Well, this is a good prospector load here. We're going to haul this in. So one thing I will mention to some of you guys who are newer to the channel, a couple of things. I always, you know, once a stream or so, I like to do a little bit of shameless plugging, and sorry for that. But in the link, there's QuantCalc, which is a great little tool that will help you if you put in the mass and the percentage of Quantanium in a rock. It will tell you how much Quantanium is in the rock. There's a few other fun tools there as well. There's like a timer that you can set. When you're ready to, when you begin scooping your Quantanium, you can start the timer. And that was actually a request. So, you know, it's an early release. We do ask, you know, people, you know, sometimes, hey, if you buy it, it's $1. We're not making a ton of money on it, but you know, give it a shot. Give it some feedback. You know, we're always taking the feedback, and sometimes, you know, if you have an idea for a feature, go ahead and tell us about it. The other thing is SpectreFleet.space is, you know, certainly I have a biased opinion, but it's probably the best org in the verse. And unequivocally, you know, we have a super group of mature, fun guys that help each other out a lot, and we work together as a team and have tons of fun. And consider that, you know, if you're looking for an organization where, you know, you can kind of do anything that you want in Star Citizen, and you know, and work with a good group of guys, SpectreFleet.space is where you're going to find it for sure. So I'm going to throw that in the Dynex, and we'll kind of confirm and get on with it. I'm still going Dynex, even though, you know, 317, I still think we're still a couple weeks out from 317. So we got a few in the hopper here. What do we have? 25. We'll just kind of, so we'll just say 26, and then 23, and then 30. So we have, there's 80 or so there, and then 103, and then this little guy, 118, and then this. So we got about 150 SCU or so in the hopper. And so let's go ahead and call that good. Here's what I'm going to do, though. I mean, you know, and at this point, I'm going to grab the mole. I'm going to actually fly the mole over to Port Tressler, and I'm going to try to throw, I hope that my paint job is in over that way. I ended up with a paint, very, very nicely ended up with a paint job yesterday for the mole, and I've been meaning to throw it on there, and I have to fly back and forth to Tressler anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And so if anybody has any questions, you know, any kind of QA stuff, now would be the time to ask any questions you might have, because I definitely will be kind of more focused on the chat. This is going to be an easy flight. I'm gonna pull the mole. I'm gonna take the mole. I'm gonna fly it over to Port Trust, and I'm gonna throw the new paint job on it. And I'm gonna fly back to Arc L1. So that's kind of next on the list of to-dos today. And you know, have done a little bit of mining, the cargo run. So really kind of been all over the map today and enjoying the day here at Star Citizen. All right, we'll kind of come over here. I have an XL1 drive on the mole, so this won't be that painful. But we'll just kind of, we'll do it anyways. I really want to get the new paint job on the mole and then walk around it and marvel at its moleness. All right. Doc Logan says they are 1,000 millimeters apart, so sounds about right what you said. Yeah, there's a proximity thing to it, Logan, for sure. Pad 1. Okay, we'll go ahead and... So, did a cargo run today. Got scared off from Lorville and flew to Microtech, sold there. So, kind of, you know, did a whole cargo loop. Did a, you know, went and did a kind of a half a load on Lyria, flew back to the refinery, went back over to Lyria, ran into another person who was in a prospector who ended up blowing me up. That was kind of fun. And then we went out to the Aaron Halo after we recovered from that. And I don't know that I ever set my imprint. I don't know that I did. I remember saying that was my first order of business, but then it promptly went out my mind. I think that I see I think that I see 9 over there, though. We'll go ahead and take a look. And that's I think that looked like it maybe was a saber. If I was guessing, I just caught a little bit. But yeah, the mole has paints. And it was just one of those things. I thought to myself, yeah, you know, it's like let's see if I can see. Oh no, he's in the blue. That's right. Oh, that's awesome. I think up we go. Well, I'll see if here I'll invite 9 to a group and see if he wants to fly over to. Look at this. By the way, look at how cool this ship is. I'm just, you know, just sit tight for a second, 9. Look at how awesome this ship is with its flashing lights and all the stuff going on with it. Look at that thing. That thing is sweet looking. That's awesome. Nice. All right, so we're going to pivot over towards Microtech. That's New Babbage is where we've got to fly. I'm going to pull up my gear. I'm going to make myself over this way. And, man, that blue looks sweet with that paint job and stuff. Oh. Well, what do you know? Let me clear route and set it again. Sometimes it does that. Notice how it went away. You know, notice I just kind of went right back into the star map, cleared it, and reset it. Those are one of the little, you know, one of the little things you learn in Star Citizen. Just there's a lot of those little things, right? So she's spooling up, and once she gets to the, you know, once she kind of finishes that side of things, calibrating, and off we go. Yeah, so you notice that was a timed, you know, so, you know, we're kind of cruising together, and so it's nice having a, you know, a kind of a blue next to you, because they can make it so they can lock someone down. Yeah, you know, if you do have a friend, let's just say theoretically you have a friend who has a subscription, they can actually buy that thing for you and send it to you. No, it did jump. You did. Nine. It did launch. I think. I mean, where I don't necessarily know that it's synced to the. But I didn't hit. I myself didn't hit the thing. I jumped in with you, even though like we're a bit separated. So I don't know exactly what happened there. It was maybe just a touch of lag or something. But it did work. So on my way now to Microtech. And if we're both going XL1 speed, I think, I mean, you are like a just 287, 148 in front of me, kind of on lock, so kind of interesting. So yeah, last night we went and did you know, some big ship bounty stuff. We tried to start out in the Hammerheads and Star Citizen was being Star Citizen, and Hammerheads, you know, they have the docking collars, and for whatever reason there seemed to be just kind of a strange orientation glitch where the Hammerheads kind of spawned partially inside the station. So we had to abandon that. We ended up taking some 600 eyes, some constellations, and some redeemers. And just kind of, you know, getting into some you know, some ERTs and some VHRTs. We kind of did that stuff for a while last night, and then there was kind of a battle royale at the end, and you know, I took some video, and that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that last night. There was one clip in particular where the Redeemer kind of got into a spin, and it was just getting kind of somebody who had an I think an ion. Maybe it wasn't the ion. Maybe it was the I think it was the ion, and they were just kind of laying into it with some ballistic fire, and as it was on the roll. That was a sweet part of the video. But I did upload that stuff, and sometimes we cut up that stuff. We like to keep that organizational video around for, you know, for future kind of recruitment videos and that kind of stuff. So that was kind of fun, being able to grab a little bit of that stuff, and had a good time last night. Multi-crew stuff is something that we definitely promote, you know, and like, you know, you know, it's important that people kind of spend time working together a little bit, and you know, we're really hoping that, you know, obviously as Star Citizen begins to tighten the screws at some point around the corner, that a lot of more multi-crew kind of stuff comes into fruition. And I still have this vision of us kind of stashing a fleet somewhere in a zero space kind of situation where, you know, where only kind of the org knows where the kind of the fleet is flying around. You'll have kind of like some capital class repair vehicles, refueling vehicles, and, you know, just kind of buzzing around just kind of a deep space location that only we know where it's at, and it's going to be so much fun. I'm really looking forward to that. So, all right, we're coming up on Microtech now. Looks like you're already out of Quantum, and I am about to come out of Quantum. All right. Hey, and there's Ollie right there. Or Tressler, I should say, right there. We'll head over to Tressler, we'll store this guy, and we'll go ahead and throw some paint on it. Kind of a fun thing. I've had kind of the creamsicle orange going on the mold for the longest time, and it was funny, you know, like I was a subscriber for a little while, and I stopped my subscription, and not for any, you know, negative reason or whatever. I just kind of take a break from the subscription for a little bit, you know, and then it's literally like the month after they had like mole paints, and I was like, darn it, I should have, you know, and then I forgot that you actually could eventually get those back. You know, this thing's kind of spooling up for me. It's kind of auto spool. It is kind of weird, that bug where it wants to re-spool the, you know, re-spool the Quantum. Now, just everybody marvel. God, the beauty of this game is insane. It really is. You know that Microtech off to the side is just phenomenal looking. And so I'll drop the gear here, and I'm going to call for a pad here in just a sec as we kind of get into the armistice. Fortunately, we are kind of running naked here. We don't have any cargo on board and nothing to worry about. Alright, I have a feeling that didn't go as clean as I'd hoped, so we'll go ahead and kill that. And we will do it again.
Please proceed to assign.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Yep, off we go. Dad's been saying that he's tending to find that maybe the numbers change a little bit as the rocks break. I've seen a little bit of that for sure. Yeah, and you know, what Redemption is saying is absolutely right. It's like the fact that we can deorbit and go to the surface seamlessly. The game's unbelievable. I mean, this game is absolutely... I mean, look at that in the background, guy. I mean, it's insane. You know, I mean, Microtech in the background, it's just unbelievable. Alright, onto the pad we go. Nice, easy landing. We'll do our post-flight stuff here.
Landing complete.
Like to do that.
Pleasant stay.
In we go, and I guess actually, well, so I think I have to store the ship. So we'll go in and store the ship and see if we can't put the paint job on this guy. Hey. What? Hey. What's going on here? You can hear the, you know, I don't know if you could hear that, but I could hear the refueling happening. That little refueling noise that tells me things are going the way you want. Put the elevator back up as we come in. Absolutely love the mole. The mole's one, you know, when you have a, for me, there's nothing quite like having 3 real good miners on the mole, and just the, you know, kind of the banter that goes on. You know, obviously someone calls the laser. Usually you have somebody who, you know, kind of manages the percentages, tells people kind of, you know, how to do that stuff. And I do look forward to larger rocks like 13,000 or 14 or 15,000 mass rocks that require the 3 lasers to break them down. Thank you for the escort, by the way, Nine. I appreciate that, sir. That's awesome, by the way. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to, you know, some bigger mass rocks and that type of thing. Yeah, but you know, anyways, hoping I store the mole here. If I store the mole, and I'm hoping, I don't know if there was anything more I needed to do, but I'm hoping that I can do this. So go ahead and select the mole and paint. And there it is. Cool, it is there. Awesome. So I'm going to save changes on that. That makes, you know, that's awesome. And so, yeah, this is fantastic. So I'm going to pull the mole now, and we're going to go have a look at this guy. Because this, you know, and I am going to fly back, and there's 9 right there. That's awesome. And, yeah, this guy's looking slick, too. That's a... Hey there, citizen. I like that orange outfit you got.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking good. For sure. Alright, so I'll go pull the mole back out. And we're going to go take a look at this paint job on the mole.
Did you know on the Robert Space Industries website there's an orange version of that hazard suit?
I didn't know there was an orange version of it. I normally wear the you know, this particular one. I do have like the blue that they were selling at IAE. I bought 4 or 5 suits of that. And I think I have a Quicksilver one that I bought from them as well, but I didn't know they have an orange one.
Yeah, it's like $5.
Ooh, thanks for the tip. I appreciate that.
Looks really nice. I'm gonna get it when They're making an NPC armor store that you can use to buy stuff that you bought from the website.
Yeah.
So if you lose it, you'll be able to rebuy it.
Yeah,
When they do that, then I'll buy it.
I hear what you're saying. I don't wear my Quicksilver set or very many of that blue set that I have because I'm afraid if I lose it, I lost it, right?
Yeah, it's gone to do a character reset.
Yep. And that's not a terrible thing, but you know, I definitely would like to have the vendor option to purchase it back. It was nice chatting with you.
You too.
All right, well that was fun. We're gonna hit pad 1 here. We are gonna go check out this mole paint job. So Dasman says, I find that the percentages, we talked about that. Do you solo in the mole much? No, Daz, I don't solo in the mole much. It's a little tedious for me. Anybody who solos in the mole, though, I really think, I really think that if you have that much ambition, go for it, for sure. And there's something to be said for having the 96 SCU of space. I definitely get it. So here is the new paint job on the mole. As you can see, it was orange before, and I'm just going to kind of wander around this guy. And Murloc is saying, orange suit in the Grey Cat Industries, though. How dare you wear it when in the Argo ship? Yeah. Wow, check that paint job out. That is so cool. Wow, the mole looks incredible with that paint job. I am in love, for sure. This paint is fantastic. It's funny. There's a touch of a purple. This is an apherite, right? I think there's a touch of a purplish hue to it, but it's not overbearing in any way, shape, or form. It's actually a really cool, deep, like a dark purple or a deep purple, like the band. Rock Guy says, just lost mine after login after game crash. The orange Grey Cat armor. I'd say, oh my gosh, that's amazing. Yeah, more of a. That is super amazing. I mean, 14 actually picked up this for me yesterday because he has a subscriber, so he gifted it to me, which was very kind of him. And I tried to send him money and he won't let me, but I'll talk to him about that later. We'll get that worked out. But it was nice because it saved me a few bucks. I didn't have to necessarily get the subscribe and then buy it. So it was kind of cool. And so yeah, it looks amazing. I mean, this is I agree, much better than the picture. I'm actually going to get this thing over in the sunlight, and we're going to take a look at it outside. So let me do a pre-flight here and take off. This thing, it does look just flat, simply amazing. I see 9 is over there in the blue. Get these guys turned on. Murloc says, I solo in the mole. I like the option if I find more than 32 SCU, like 44 worth of quant. I don't have to leave it behind. And that is a super respectable position, Murloc. I 100% agree with that assessment, and I respect it. Anybody who has more ambition than me, because that's what it really boils down to, is like you're okay with running back and forth and repositioning and that kind of a thing. And so we're going to cruise over here. I'm going to cruise away from the station a little bit, and then I'm going to pull the gear up, and I'm going to kind of do one of these. Ooh, hold on. Getting that. All right, kind of move these advanced camera controls around. The thing looks incredible. I mean, it looks just... This game, first of all, this game is ridiculous. I mean, it's like when people ask, why do you play Star Citizen? Can I just say because of that? Honestly? I mean, really, do we have to... I mean this in the most loving way. Do we have to... Is there any debate? Why? I mean... It's like, what the heck, man? Look at this. I mean, look, I'm inside the spaceship floating above that moon, and there's a space station back there. I mean, this game is insane, man. Absolutely crazy. Anyways, here, hold on. Let me kind of get ahead of myself here. Anyways, yeah, this looks simply amazing. that is just, man, that is just crazy. I am just absolutely love that paint job. Craig Blair is saying, is this paint job still available? And it is. Once something goes to a subscriber, you can get it out of the store later. And so, yeah, this is still... I just got this yesterday, and it was a gift and one that I absolutely treasure. You know, and I spend a lot of time in these mining ships. So, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It does mean a lot. So it's fun. This is great. I mean, wow. I am stoked. That looks fantastic. And don't get me wrong, I like the Argo. I like the Argo color, but you know, this is just fabulous. All right, I've marveled. I have marveled and marveled. So we'll head back to Arco 1, and I will go ahead and kind of set course for that. And I just could not be happier with that paint job. It looks fantastic. Morup says it's gorgeous. Mr. Zai, you're really, yeah, I appreciate 14's great. One of the things I mentioned to you guys, I mean, Mr. Zai, Inspector 14, he's the head of the medical group in our industry and in our organization. And you know, medical's gameplay's come a long ways. So, you know, we're always looking for people. If you're interested in medical gameplay, there's, you know, lots of room over there. Digits, welcome to the channel. Not necessarily a name I recognize, and so Digits says, I have the same paint job for my Prospector. Wicked color. Yeah, that color turned out to be, you know, it was funny because the grayish one, the one that had, I think it's Dolivine, had more of a gray color to it. And I really kind of went between the two, but I prefer the dark. And, you know, but the subtlety of the purple in it is fantastic. So I really like that one. And Daz is saying, if I am Lyria before I start mining, I go to third-person view, ship view, and rotate the camera so I can see what is behind me just for better situational awareness from the bad guys. Not a bad idea. The other thing you can do is here, I have this mapped where if I pull this stick back, I can actually look behind me. Like, you know, there's a look behind that you can map as. And so on my stick, you know, I do have a quick way where I can just kind of look behind. I just have one of my hats I just pull down and it will look behind. And so that's something that you can set on, you know. And that definitely helps situationally when you're, you know, kind of in combat for sure. So we're doing a little bit longer stream today, a little bit of regular, you know, kind of, you know, doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It is a beautiful day today in northern Michigan, by the way. Sunny out, very sunny out. Beautiful, fluffy clouds. I don't know that it's that warm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how warm it is. But we have done a great stream today. It had a lot of fun. Did a lot of different stuff today. We did a cargo run. And that was by request, you guys. I don't normally start with a cargo run, but people did ask. You know, like, hey, I don't play Star Citizen. I know that you take the stuff. You know, people had mentioned, I read that you kind of do a cargo run. I wanted to do that today because, you know, I had several requests on what the cargo run looked like. And so we did the cargo run, then we did a little mining, then we had a little fun with we got blown up, then we, you know, and then we went and got a unicorn out of the Iron Halo, and then I wanted to run and get the paint job for the mole. So this has been an interesting stream. We've done a lot of stuff that we don't normally do, but I'm enjoying every minute of it. And you know, of course, we've gotten lucky and seen some, you know, had some Spectre members participate today heavily, which really means a lot to me. You know, I do 14s around, 9s around a lot on the stream. You guys, there are some really amazing folks that hang out on the stream that want to help as well. More VIPs around. You know, there are some people that love to talk Star Citizen and are real sharp. And so if you come in and you were to ask, you know, questions about combat stuff too, whenever Redemption's around, he's going to be able to answer a lot of those questions. You know, 14 has got a vast wealth of knowledge. You know, Mr. Zai's got a vast wealth of knowledge on a lot of different star citizen aspects, where I tend to hang around mining. So, you know, the stream is really, you know, it's really been turned out to be a nice kind of a communal, you know, not to be too metaphorical about it, but kind of a nice trip to the water cooler, you know, where during the mining stream, you know, you can kind of chat. Wow, I've never seen an 80. I didn't realize Bexelite could get that high, Daz. I always thought 49% was the most that anything could have, but that's a, you know, that's a nice Bexelite rock. That is a really nice Bexelite rock. I don't know that I've ever seen them that high. Take a screenshot of that one. That's awesome. All right, we're coming out of quantum here. We're going to go ahead and spool back up. Oh, no problem. No problem whatever, Daz. As a 33%, I do that a lot myself where I, you know, I'm kind of focused on something and type in and misclick or whatever, and no big deal. 33% Bexelite's a very good concentration of Bexelite, though. You know, I've seen some 27s and some, you know, some 30s in my day, and you don't see that one. Yeah, no problem, Daz. Don't even worry about it. That is, you know, 33% Bex is a very nice rock. And Bexelite, you know, it's worth half as much as Quantanium. But what does that mean? You know, it means that if you did a full 32 SCU, you know, you're still making well over 100,000 with Bexelite. Hey, Morvip says, hey brother, take care, miss you guys. We miss you too, man. I know you're out, been busy in life, you know, kind of handling life business, and no problem. Thanks for dropping in on the stream. Have a lovely Sunday, dude, and you know, we'll see you around the way for sure. So, you know, Morvip has been a busy guy lately. I know that he's been real focused on taking care of business in his life, and super respectful of that stuff. What? Initiating ship storage procedure, guys. You hear that? It's funny. All right, we'll drop the gear down and bring this beautiful grape in and land it. I love this thing. This thing is so sweet now. I just love that paint job. All right, yep. Okay, there's my. All right, you guys. Chris, how are you doing, Chris? How you hanging in there? Oh, you can see this is a little up over our head. We don't want to crash, so we got to be careful. We're able to do a little bit longer stream today, you guys, and this has just been fun. Doing a little bit of stuff that we don't normally do, some things we do normally do. Yeah, that paint looks great, doesn't it? I agree with that. The thing is, this stuff is sweet. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to marvel at it one more time as I bring it in here for a landing. We can go ahead and turn this guy just around this way. Beautiful landing. Look at that stuff. Man, that ship is just fabulous. Just absolutely adore it. We'll go ahead and do some post-flight stuff here. Spin that guy down. Yeah, that paint is fire. Well, that paint is absolutely fire. Every single time I have the mole out down and I hit F4 and look at it from the external view, I'm gonna have a smile on my face, and because that's what happens with the paints on the Prospector as well. You know, is the out we go. So a Ninja Slap is asking, how active is the org? Well, we do have over 20 active members, and I would say, fairly active at this point. Every single Saturday, we have an operation that will have anywhere from 12 to 20 people in it. And that's usually, something we have. I'm not saying that I would use the word mandatory. I mean, it is. We do want people to be able to participate on Saturday nights at 10 p.m. Central Time, to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. Central Time. An hour, is what we kind of like people to be able to participate in. And during those organizational events, like every one of our squadrons will kind of take a different role. So, like for instance, it might be a medical operation, or it might be a Marines operation where that's like an FPS, like on the ground type thing. It might be a, air to air kind of a fighter type thing. It may be an industrial op. It may be some cargo runs that need some escorts. It may be a mining op that needs some overwatch and some scouts and some escort ships. So we do all sorts of stuff like that. So the org is it's fairly active. We have a great website, excellent tools. Spectrefleet.space. It's link is in the description. You can check it out, but don't feel any pressure to. But if you're looking for a really good group of guys, a very, very mature group of guys, there's not a lot of drama in our org, which is so nice, to be honest with you guys. Yeah, I mean, we definitely are fairly active. Chris is saying he just woke from a nap. Well, I'm glad you did, Chris. That's for sure. Nothing like a Sunday nap either. Sundays are a nice day to kind of take a nap. And did I not? I didn't. Saying that in the elevator, I apparently didn't click lobby. Yeah, and I mean, if you can imagine, it's kind of nice. Even in the stream here, we have a couple guys from the org. 2 or 3 guys have stopped in and said hi and participated and helped out. So, yeah, I would say very active. I mean, quite honestly, as far as active goes. So I'm going to store the mole. Tell you what, I wasn't planning on doing this, but I think I am going to run one. I know it's crazy. I know that we don't normally do this kind of stuff, but I think I am going to run out one more time and do a prospector run. I don't know why. I'm feeling froggy, you guys. It's a Sunday. I don't have a ton going on today, and we've had some fun. I've got the Atlas drive. I just want to make sure I have everything on. I think I am going to do one more run, but I'm going to do a little different. I'm going to head to Lyria, but I'm going to do it a little different than I normally do. So we'll just kind of sneak on here and see how it goes. So, if I'm going to head over to pad 2 and we'll head out. And Logan says, yeah, if wifey heard I'm going to be gaming on Saturday evening, I'd be single quite fast. You know what? That's really reasonable, Logan. I understand that. We all have families. And, and so I can understand that. And we do vote once a quarter ourselves, and listen, I mean, a lot of us are married guys too. And and there are different families have different rules about that stuff. And I definitely understand. I mean, there are times occasionally where my wife says, hey, we've got family business. You're not, like I said, mandatory is kind of a strong word. We have guys that work every other week, and, can only make 1 or 2 operations, but they also are around during the week and can attend some of, like we have Thursday night mining, we have Fighter Fridays, we have all sorts of things. So, you don't have to make every single one of them, but yeah, I definitely understand. You definitely always want to make a family first decision whenever in any gaming. Gaming can be one of those things where it can really, you can spend a lot of time doing it, and it should always come at a balance, right? I'm a father of 4. Now, fortunately, my children are a little older, 24, 20, 18, and I do have an 11-year-old. And so, an 11-year-old is, fairly self-sufficient for, hanging out today or whatever. I know that I heard him in there making a sandwich a little earlier, so, and I don't do a whole lot of Sundays, so, I definitely understand what you're saying, everything with the balance, right? Alright, so we're going to head to Lyria one other time today. We've had, you know, kind of interesting success on Lyria today. if that's what you'd call it. So, but I will show you guys a little bit of a different way to go into Lyria. And we will head over towards ArcCorp. And this is the bonus round. I wasn't planning on kind of streaming this extra today, but why not? Heck, you know, I'm having a little fun, and I don't necessarily have something I have to run off and do right this second. So I thought one more mining run may not hurt. And we'll do a little bit longer stream than we normally do, and that's okay. We'll be okay. Heading over towards ArcCorp, we'll pivot to the port side when we get there and head towards Lyria, and then we'll make some decisions on where exactly we're going to fly in on Lyria. But I have something I'll show you guys that I think is, you know, I've done it one other time on the stream, and so yeah. 14 is saying, Mr. Zai saying, yeah, I like the longer stream. I quite like it. It is, you know, it doesn't bother me any. You know, I was kind of oh, and then Daz is saying he's on Lyria on SAL5. That's awesome, Daz. So yeah, I'm enjoying it too. It's just kind of, you know, just kind of doing kind of some daily, you know, going about the daily routine a little bit. I can play Destiny and enjoy some Star Citizen at the same time. I love that. I dig that for sure. And so yeah, I mean, you know, like something I mentioned a couple times a stream, you know, if you like mining content on Star Citizen, make sure you do like and sub. You know, we have a really good mining community here, and a lot of our regulars, you know, they certainly do know, you know, that this is a good place to come. There's usually a really mature group who love to answer questions about Star Citizen stuff, and we're doing a little bit of an extra long one today. We normally don't do these ones, so having a little fun with it today for sure. Cargo runs and getting blown up, you know, and then pulling a unicorn out of the air in Halo, which was fantastic. Got a little bit of everything in there: some fireworks, some unicorns, some cargo runs. All right, so coming out of here, I am going to find myself OM marker 2. All right, there's OM 2, and that's exactly where we're going to head in at. And we're going to do things a little different this time, right? So I'm hitting OM2. Now, if you notice here, I'm actually going to pull up and take a look. And notice, you can see the red in the center. And that red in the center is actually, I know that it's OM1. And if you do this, you're coming in on the South Pole. So OM2, when you point back at OM1, is a way to kind of come in on the South Pole. So we're actually going to just kind of gun this guy. So I'm not actually going to quantum in. I'm just going to kind of sail on in here. Now I'm going to pivot up in this direction, so you can see half. When you're on the pole, you can see that half of the, you know, as it would be, right? Half of the planet of the moon is lit, half of it is not. We'll go towards the lit side when we land here, and every so often you're going to see me kind of pull up the quantum markers and make sure I'm kind of on. Now it doesn't. You don't have to be perfectly aligned here, but we're coming in basically on the South Pole of Lyria. Now there's not a lot of stuff around the South Pole, so you know we're kind of you know, we're in an area where there's not a lot of folks. Now notice I'm going 1154 and I'm coming in hot. So as soon as we hit the planet's surface, as soon as we hit atmosphere, I am going to turn off this, and fairly soon actually, I'm going to go ahead and turn off the cruise control, and you'll see us hit atmosphere. You'll see it kind of very, very quickly here. We're going to hit atmosphere, and when we do, I'm going to pivot the ship around, and I'm going to go ahead and fire my thrusters to slow down. So we're still cruising in pretty hot. You know, we're still 600-700. We haven't hit atmosphere yet. Now, see how we hit atmosphere? Now, I'm rolling around because we are falling towards the planet awful fast. 17, 16. Look at, and so off I go. And you can see now I'm starting to just kind of fire my thrusters to kind of slow, and see how like how fast I'm starting to fall is slowing, and then comes to a kind of a crawl, and then off towards the sun, and we're going to start kind of heading in this way. Now I'm going to switch over to sticks. Pardon me, switch from sticks over to oops, I hit the wrong button there. Let me go ahead and button that up. That's funny. I just wanted to show you guys which button I've actually hit. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and we're down around the South Pole. I am now starting to kind of come on in. Now you will see, you know, and of course it looked like 9 joined me. So, you know, got an escort down this way, and that's fantastic. And so I am going to kind of, I'm coming in hot this way. Notice I am kind of facing the sun. So that's another way to kind of, to come to Lyria, is it doesn't take a long time. It takes a little bit longer, but it's a way to kind of get into Lyria where you're a little bit more anonymous. You don't fly in next to anything. And so, yeah. So here we're going to kind of settle in. Oh, hey, we found a cluster right off the bat. That is going to be what we're looking for. And, you know, I'm going to tell you that does happen sometimes over here. You know, is you can find a cluster pretty quickly. We're going to come down here. We're going to take a look at what we got. So a little bit of, you know, a little bit of reward for those who might maybe hung out, you know, long on this stream is, you know, a little bit of a little tip or a trick I showed you here is how to sneak down on Lyria into a spot where not a lot of people usually come. So that being said, just because we found a cluster doesn't mean there's going to be something in here to mine. But we're going to go ahead and see if we can't crash in on these and get them to pop. And down here in the South Pole, it might take a moment for these to pop because they're like, hey, something's around me. So that's not going to be a great rock, but let's go ahead and go through these. That's a 6374 at 2%, so that's a blue cap. This looks like it's also going to be a 2%. Yep, 6472. This could be a decent rock. This is a 16%er at 3700. This is a 4%er, 3.78 at about 4800. This is a interesting rock. I think that looks like it's, yeah, that's a 6600 mass at 48%. That's too bad. I won't be able to break that one. I got a couple more I can scan here. This is a 3310 at 8%. Where's Archer when I need him? I'll call him over here and make him help me put his laser on that one. Well, there's a 4700 at 10%. So it turns out that the rock that would be the best guy to mine in this guy, and so and just so we'll, you know, I'll do the numbers for you. It's a 60. I think that's a 6603 at 48%. That's going to be out of my wheelhouse. I'm not going to be able, but I will tell you the numbers on it. I don't have the kit to mine that particular rock, and that's okay. I am going to kind of tell you how much Quantanium is in this rock I can't mine because I think that's fun. So give me a second. I accidentally closed the app. I'm opening it back up. And I'm putting in the mass now, so that's 6603. And that is at 48.5%. And we will calculate that rock. And that calculates out to 64 SCU of Quantanium. So there's 64 SCU in that guy that I'm going to have to drive away from. But that's a nice rock, you guys. And it's too bad, but it happens. You know, it's just one of those things. You just kind of, you know, you don't have the kit for it. You're down here kind of where you're at. And, you know, sometimes you just find rocks, you got to move on. But nice rock, that one, for sure. looking around here. So, like Daz is saying, 8 QT rocks just popped up here on Lyria. Send me an invite if you like, Daz. Let me know how those scan out, Daz. Maybe I'll come your way. Awesome. Beautiful. One of the things I do like coming down about the South Pole is that you do have kind of, you know, kind of the morning light type looking thing. A couple of singles there. That's usually good signs when you're onto the singles. Just kind of streaking around here, looking to find something. Another single there. Kind of pivot in this direction for just a sec. I mean, there's a couple pings over that way. Why not just check them out? And we'll do that. That is for sure. That's a single there. Oh, there's a set of doublers. Let's go to check these doublers out and see how they look. Alright, first scan on this first guy here. This is going to be a 5,500 mass at 2.5%. That's not going to do it for us. And this is going to be a 3,800 mass. Doesn't look like there's a lot in this one either. Another 2%er. So we'll keep on moving. Notice we keep the sun at our 12 o'clock position. That just kind of keeps us honest. You know, it'll make it so we're less likely to fly back in over top of you know, something that we have already scanned. One thing I do notice is when you do kind of come down to the south end of Lyria and you head towards the sun, eventually you do get into some really nice hills. So that's always a good thing. Absolutely beautiful to fly over, by the way. It's just, you know, pretty sunlight. The game looks fantastic. Keeping on here. Keep our foot on the gas. Nicely done. That's a single there. Keep on moving. Not seeing those ones over there. That's kind of weird, but don't see that a ton where you kind of get a pit but no actual rocks. Sometimes if you pull out the mining laser, they'll pop up. I should have done that on those. And oh, I see. There's some, ended up being some, you know, potentially some, ROC minables underneath there. Kind of cool. Alright, we're moving on. Kind of bobbing and weaving here a little bit, looking at the different options that we have. But always keeping that sun in kind of our, you know, pivoting back and forth between our, you know, kind of in a cone toward, you know, flying towards it. And you can see as we kind of move along here, it does get a little higher on the horizon, which is what we want, you know. Alrighty. Kind of looking around here. Yeah, 38, 37. That's not a bad rock. That's going to be, you know, up around 26, 27 SCU there, Das. You know, that's a rough estimate. Beautiful single there. Look at, you can see we're kind of flirting around with the cloud cover here. Starting to head into some nice hills, so we should kind of, just kind of the hill, like as the flats near the hills, I kind of like when, you know, you do find a lot of clusters in those areas. There's a single over there. We'll keep on moving. You can see the diamond kind of showing us, you know, kind of some hadnite, you know, or potential ROC minables as well. Hey, 43% of 2,700. Nice, Daz. Hey, you got plenty of them up there. Well, that's awesome. Absolutely. Beautiful, kind of snowy hills down here. Safara, welcome to the channel. Not a name I recognize. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Oh, lots and lots of pings over this way, you guys. You know, certainly on name I see in the regular. So yeah, welcome aboard. How's it going today? If you want, you know, if you have any questions about Star Citizen or Star Citizen mining, we'd love to chat that stuff. Now these seem like doublers, but I don't think that they are. They may be, but they may be not. So they're a little bit of a distance. Nice, Daz. What day is 3.17 coming? Yeah, I don't know that we know exactly. You know, it's a good question, but I don't know that we know exactly when that is. I think even in the visual, I don't think that these are Quantanium. I could be wrong. Yeah, maybe I am wrong. Yeah, as I get a little closer, I do see the marbling. Cool. Let's go ahead and get a scan going. So yes, Afro, I don't know that they know. I mean, it's in the Evocati. It's probably got a couple of weeks to go before we'd see 317. Oh, Safra's saying, doing okay, but he ended up with COVID-19, so I'm stuck at home for a couple of days, and hope not getting any more sick. I can really appreciate that. It's, you know, ever since, you know, I had my first kind of cold since COVID this week myself, and fortunately it wasn't that, but, you know, I can appreciate kind of why you want to not necessarily have it be that as well. So, you know, cross our fingers and hope that that's not you know, doesn't get any worse, Saffron. Just maybe you get a little bit of time off and a little bit of time home, and that's never a bad thing. It's a tough way to earn it, though. You know. So, all right, we'll kind of keep on moving. Those doublers there didn't have anything in it that we were looking for. You can see it's starting to get a little bit of weather on the. You can see kind of some water kind of forming on the canopy and rolling off, and you do see that sometimes down this way. John Castillo, nice to see you. Hey, I want to buy Citizen, but I'm stuck. I want to buy Star Citizen, but I'm stuck. Do I buy Squadron 42? Is that how you walk? Is that how you walk around ships, or can I just buy Star Citizen? Okay, so Squadron, you need to buy a starter pack, John. That's the most important thing. I guess not every starter pack includes Squadron 42. Don't quote me on that. I'm going to maybe allow some other people in the stream who may know a little bit more about that as well to say something. But you do need to buy a starter pack. And so, you know, your big choice on that is going to be, you know, how much money do you want to invest? If you just want to stick around that $45 mark, then you're going to have like kind of the Mustang or the Aurora is going to be a choice. And so, Yeah, 9's over here sitting on a cluster. I wonder, are any of these worth it over here, 9? I figured you were, because I noticed you weren't moving. So,
I can't really scan any of them. I was going to ask you to come over here and take a look.
oh yeah, so I noticed you weren't moving, so I thought maybe you were down here on one of these. This is awesome. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And so, Dan says he's got a 77 and 2%. Hey, do you know, 9, does every single starter pack come with Squadron 42? Off the top of your head, do you know that?
No, I'm pretty sure Squadron 42 is a add-on.
So that's what I think too, John. Like, you just need a starter pack to play Star Citizen. Oh, that first rock's going to be a good one right off the... Well, not as good as I thought. And so, you know, and then... So then the question is how much money do you want to invest? And I would suggest... boy, there's good rocks in here. This is a good one too. I would suggest myself, if you can spare a little extra money, the Titan Avenger is a really good starter ship. But if not, if you're just planning on investing on the first 45, and that's all you need, there's nothing wrong with the Aurora. The Aurora's a decent ship, and then it depends on what you want to do too. Like if you want to be combat focused a little differently, versus industrial focused, John. Those are some questions, but you just want to buy what's called a starter pack, and they start around $45. And as long as that's got the starter pack in it, then you should be good. So this rock right here, this is a 5137. That there could be a uni in that one. That's only the second rock I scanned, so this is a nice cluster. Let me go ahead and already off the bat, let me go ahead and see if there's anything better than that in there. This is a 28 at 13. Maddie Casper saying, but if you think you'll want a single-player version, it's probably cheaper. Yeah, that's the Squadron 42 is going to be eventually the single-player campaign of Star Citizen. And listen, I have Squadron 42. I think that everybody, and I know that they're working to get Squadron 42 finished. And Squadron 42 has really become kind of this is a nice rock too. That's a 8200 at 15%. Oh, look at what you're flying, by the way, guys. Take a look at this ship. Look at that thing. That red. That's the Talon, right? I'm assuming.
Right, is Talon.
Oh, that red Talon is fire. It's a Firebird, you guys. That thing is awesome. Look at that thing. He's flying around the Firebird for sure. That is fantastic looking. Wow. That is sweet as hell. Oh, I love that ship.
It was my first combat ship, so I figured I'd give it another fly just to see how it is on this patch.
Well, I'll tell you, the red on that is fantastic. And I think a lot of people, like, if you're kind of not great at combat, and, missiles aren't necessarily fantastic, but I think the Shrike can be kind of a sneaky good ship if you're, if you kind of get used to getting in real close and letting those things go.
Yeah, definitely now that missiles do significantly more damage, like towards components and such.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you take a missile with your shields down, you're more than likely going to lose a component, and if it's your quantum drive, you're screwed.
Right. That's exactly right. Anyways, you guys, look at that fire. That Firebird is sweet. Holy crap, that thing is nice. So we got an awesome rock here. 9 is really kind of found us a gem. This is a 5100, a 5115 at 37%. So this is going to be well over 30. This is going to be between 35 and 40 SCU. I'm going to pop this into QuantCalc, you guys, and we're going to look at this. And so, yeah, let me fire up QuantCalc right now. I'm going to go ahead and throw in this mass. It's 5115, and I'm going to throw in that mass, and that is at 37.2. And I'm going to go ahead and calculate that rock. And that is 38 SCU of Quantanium. And so an excellent place for a prospector to begin doing some work here. So notice I'm going to pivot a little bit, obviously with a little bit of I'm going to use the shadow, or the sun. I'm going to put the UI in the shade. So I got a little bit more contrast in kind of and I'm at a decent range. And so, hey, Daz, I wanted to say, Daz, I know that you found a cluster up there and offered to have me come along, and I really do appreciate that. We just happened to find a cluster around the same time, and so I'll probably kind of stick to this rock. But Daz, I wanted to thank you for offering, and that's one of the things I'll tell you in our mining community. We have some people that are just willing to help and contribute, And Daz is really kind of the best of that. Like, he jumps on and he offers to help, and likes to go mining, and is always willing to share, and I do appreciate that a lot. So Maddie Casper, welcome Maddie, by the way, is saying, I'm Legatus and I still fly an Avenger Titan to this day. Nomad and 100i are also good. I agree with both those. I think the Nomad's is a decent starter ship too. It can be a rock carrier, an ROC carrier. So it's kind of like everybody calls it kind of the pickup truck. It's a good ship, the Nomad. I think it's got a little bit more versatility than a lot of people kind of give it credit for. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, I think the Titan Avenger's probably still the best pure starter ship. But you can start with a Mustang Beta or with a Aurora and do just fine. The Aurora will give you some internal space, so you could do box missions with those. Saffron was asking if that Talon was, it is an alien ship. It's the Asperia Talon. And that paint job on it's the red. I think probably the Chinese paint, if I were to guess. Is that right now?
I believe it's Crimson Red.
Crimson Red.
I don't know the exact name.
Yeah, but it looks, obviously there's, very bird-like features to that ship, and so in that red, it's definitely, she's the Firebird, the Phoenix rising from the ashes right there. For sure. Great ship. And Talons in atmosphere are very dangerous ships. Very, very dangerous. Talons are, definitely they were the meta for some of the real big PvPers. They love those things, and they can hit hard. They hit hard. Very maneuverable, dangerous ship. In the right hands, just a brutal. All right, so we're crossing our fingers and hoping that we have a good break here. You can see it's being just a little finicky about the spot that we're choosing for to draw the the scan results. You can see, like, here's what I mean. If I get over this way, see how it turns off the UI for a second. Good break, easy break. Kind of get a little perspective here and see how we've done. So that big chunk had a lot of nothing in it. Daz says he hates to leave this patch. I sent you a party invite if you want to come see this. I'm on a really good rock right now, Daz. So I understand that you really found something nice, and I really do appreciate the offer. I'm probably going to get this guy finished up while I'm down here. But I definitely understand. You can always give a general call out in in global as well, and let people know you're on something. And you'd be surprised, some people do answer that. All right, there's a 1192 right there with a. Cool. So this big chunk has nothing in it. There must be. Oh, there is another one over there too. Okay, so that's got nothing in it. This big chunk has nothing in it. Yeah, Amanda Casper says, yeah, it is nice to share on global. Yeah, and of course, there's a danger in that as well. I mean, let's not be naive, but, it is nice to give people an option, and if, hopefully people are cool. And all right, so we know that big boy's got plenty in it. Just want to make sure we find it all. And this one's got some in it. So, yep. Okay, those two. What about this guy here? Oh, yeah, and this guy's got some in it. Awesome. And then, what was this guy? So, it seems like these ones here on the starboard side of the... Alright, so it's really these three. So, let's go ahead and we'll get started here. We'll get in a good effective range, and we'll begin breaking these up. And so this is about an 818 mass. We'll go ahead and fire Brants. And we will just kind of feather our way through this here. Still trying to climb. Notice the Brant flattened it right out down to 0.44 instability. And that's kind of why we bring these guys. Between the Lancet and the Brant, it just kind of makes the job so much more efficient when you're mining Quantanium. Those two things kind of stack together and really bring the instability down to a very manageable location. And that's an easy crack. You know, real easy to manage, and boom. Now, the breaking of that, we had a little mustard on there apparently. And the breaking of that, now that kind of exposed this guy here. Now, it did push the one rock back a little bit. Is there anything in this one? Oh, yeah. Well, that's kind of interesting. There was one down here where it had a little more in it. Now, I wouldn't have seen this until later, so this is kind of fun. We'll go ahead and break this guy too. So there was one impacted here that I might not have caught had not it popped a bit. Alright, we're down to 7% there. Sweet. We're back up to 1.4 instability when the Brant dropped, and that's still manageable. You know, 1.75 is kind of my auto fire Brant. Yeah, alright, so we'll break this guy down. We knew that guy was next. We're a little bit out of the optimal range, but that's okay. Quite a bit in this one over here. Hanging right in there at 13%. Seems like that's a real sweet 15, 13%, that area there. We're flirting with the bottom of the optimal window. It's exactly how we want to do it. You know, I always, you know, if it falls out a little bit, let it fall out. That's okay. You know, flirt with having a losing power as opposed to flirting with the overcharge. Easy break here. Alright, so we got a couple more to break here, and this big boy was that one, I think. Yep, that's an 11, you know, 85% of this is, out of this 1102 is. So we probably, you know, it may not break as clean as we had hoped to get a uni, but we're definitely looking at probably a high 30, or a high 20, pardon me. You know, run here if we're good and discerning with the extraction laser. So we're at about 21% laser intensity. John Castile is asking, is the Constellation Andromeda a good ship to get? Yes, absolutely. The Constellation Andromeda is a very tough gunship. When you have a couple of people on the turrets, it's an incredibly formidable ship. It's bristling with missiles. You know, if you're investing in ships or whatever, you can't, you know, there's nothing wrong with an Andro. The Andromeda, it's a good ship. Very tough gunship. And 96 SCU, so it's not like it's, you know, it's not like it doesn't have any cargo space. It absolutely does. Alright, guys. So, we got a lot of this broke up. I don't think that had anything in it. Nope, I'm sure this didn't have anything in it. I think we are ready to scoop. If I am not mistaken. Alright, so let's go ahead and just see how we're doing. There's our first hundo. We're going to grab that guy. Zenrui Haha, welcome to the channel. Never seen that name before, and appreciate you stopping by. I got a question about your modules. Have been thinking about going with the... You know what, Zenrui? I have... Lots of people go with the VA UXC3s. I myself have an FLTRXL and a couple of Brants on board. And that's normally what I run with. But lots and lots of people on this channel will tell you that they run with the VA UXC3s, and they love them. They love that build. It's kind of a set it and forget it kind of build. Different people will kind of tell you what they like to couple those things with. I don't use that particular one, but I definitely know that people do. And I don't think that you can go wrong with it. Alright, so we're going to haul in as much of this as we possibly can. And yeah, welcome to the channel. That's a great question. You know, and I think that there's nothing wrong with that meta for sure. I think that going with those is, you know, people do swear by them, and that's what they go with, and I totally respect that. That's the cool thing about mining, is that you can kind of find what's good for you, like what works for you. I tend to go with this one. It's kind of a very vanilla FLTRXL and 2 Brants. That's kind of but some people go with Surges and Optimums, or Surges and Stampedes. Some people go with the VAU CXC3s. That's the cool thing. I mean, that's the cool thing about the theory crafting part of mining. You know, you can kind of really go your own way, or go with whatever you're comfortable with. And so, and I will be doing a deep dive into the mining gadgets that are part of 3.1, you know, that are part of the 3.17. But they, you know, I'm gonna wait till those are kind of out of Evocati and see how they're, you know, they finally come out. So Daz is saying 3800 mass 37. Daz, that's probably going to be around 27 or 28 SCU. I can put it in the QuantCalc here after I kind of finish my extraction stuff. That's an 11%er there. We're going to not get that guy yet. We're trying to be as discerning with the lasers as possible to grab as many of these 100%ers as we can first. So yeah, 1600 is that's going to be around 30, around, you know, a 40/40 is 32 SCU. So a 38/37 is going to be pretty close. Little under those numbers. That's a 26%er. I don't know if there's a spot. Oh, there is a spot right there to get on that guy down there. Not getting any scan results. Let's just kind of keep on these ones that we can get scan results for. Alright, nothing in that guy. There's a hundo. We'll pull that guy aboard. This will help us cross the 20 SCU finish line. 21. So, you know, this is, you know, a couple more of these guys are going to be hundos, and we're going to, you know, we're definitely going to be up crossing that 25 before too long. And then we'll go from there. Awesome. This is another hundo. Good size one, too. So now we've crossed 25 SCU of Quantanium. And then we'll see what this guy is. This is one that we haven't scanned yet. That's an 8%er, so we're at 20. We're over 27 SCU, so we're doing really well, you guys. This has turned out to be a great run. There's another hundo right there, though. So let's pull that on board. That's 28.81 SCU. I don't think this guy was not a hundo. There is. Let me just make sure there's not another. That looks like it's nothing, and that's nothing. One of these guys down here. One of these guys had a little bit in it. And we'll go ahead and start kind of grabbing the partials now a little more. Okay, so there's a 26. What was this guy? Now that we're just kind of... There's an 11. Just trying to remember what these were so we can scoop up the best percentages first. Yeah, I think these guys were both nothing. If I'm not mistaken. Yep, and then I don't think this game. Can't remember what this guy had in it. Alright, that is a 0.6%. So, yep. So my best bets here, and one more time, I guess, with these top ones, just make sure that they're not. I think these were nothings as well. That's 8%. That is nothing. So yeah, this is the guy that's going to go first. I think this guy right here. And we're almost full on cargo, so that might fill us up actually. And it did, and we ended up with 29.74 SCU, which is a very, very good run. Very good run. And so we will be sure that we put the Firebird on the mining ledger for that one. Thank you, sir. That was an awesome find.
Yeah, no problem.
That was awesome. 29 SCU run. Well, that's a very respectable run. We'll kind of start making our way back to Dark Hollow. Safra saying, oh, Ninja Slap said I applied for your org, FYI. Hey, Ninja, no problem. You know, you know, while I'm streaming, I'm not necessarily keeping an eye on some of that stuff, and I know Sandy is around and sometimes on the streams, and Sandy's also looking to join. That's good. We'll definitely try and catch up with you here soon. Yeah, and then Safra saying I found a 4380 at 46%. That a good rock to take? Yeah, that's a great rock to take. Yeah, and so yeah, 970 senior pop in the interview chat. We'll catch up with you soon on that. Ninja, I appreciate that. That's awesome. And then, yeah, Safford, that's a wonderful rock. There's an old rule. It's a 44. If you're in a prospector, 4,000 mass at 40% is 32 SCU. So when you have 4380 at 46%, you're over 32 SCU. That's probably closer to 42 SCU. You know, and hey, I'll throw that in the QuantCalc for you as well, just so you know. QuantCalc is this little tool that we have. It's a dollar app that we have on the store. So if I do a 4380 mass and I put it in at 46% and I calculate that rock, that tells me that is exactly 40.2 SCU of Quantanium in that rock. And so even if you don't have a clean break, you're still going to come away with a high 20 SCU of Quantanium. And if you have a clean break, there's a unicorn in there. You know, if it's a clean break, you get hundreds on the breaks, and you're able to scoop up hundreds, you know, you could potentially be looking at a unicorn there, Saf. So that's a really good, that's a really, really good one for sure. All right, we're rolling this guy over. We're through second quantum. Cetra's on his way in from quantum. I probably could have waited if I was, you know, just kind of, you know, living in my own world. I probably could have waited. We could have quantum together, you know.
Oh, it's alright. I think the lag got me. Had the same thing happen from before.
Yeah, I definitely sometimes I get between the chat and just kind of flying the ship and just kind of get in my own headspace a little. It's kind of silly. It's funny. All right, we'll go ahead and call for a pad. I'll drop the gear here, and we'll approach. And boy, they were quick on the draw with that one.
Landing gear down.
And then Saffron says right next to this rock there's a 5120 at 40. So yeah, once again there's another 40 SCU. So you're on 80 SCU, Saf. You're doing well. You found 80 SCU of Quantanium. Yep, that would have you know, there's a lot of money to be made right there. Good job. So first alarm just went off, so we're in really good shape. If you know, and there's lots of times when you hit first, when you're just kind of getting close to the pad, that you hear first alarm, you have plenty of time. So we'll just kind of bring her in here and just do a nice, easy peasy, just drop her on the pad. Boom. And then I do a post. We'll just kind of repair and make sure we got all the things in order. Kill the engines, always a good idea. And then I'll just kind of back out of the seat. So off we go. And I am going to go ahead and exit the ship here. Looking good. We will go ahead and store this guy and run down and throw this in the refinery for sure. Just making some Starfarer Gemini money. That's kind of the idea, is, kind of cooking some of this stuff and getting ready to buy a Gemini, or, hey, quite honestly, after I did my cargo run today, I do have some refining jobs path, but I got a couple of hundred SCU cooking still. So, we're probably in a position where we could buy with between the org wallet and the industry wallet, maybe a couple of Starfarers if we felt like that was necessary. Probably not at first for training operations, but nothing wrong with having some options. The one thing that's interesting between like the Starfarer and the Starfarer Gemini, of course, is, and some of those things don't come into play, but the Starfarer itself, the civilian version, I was able to store my ship there, no problem. The civilian version has 2 size 3 fuel scoops on the sides and 1 size 6 fuel scoop on the nose. And so that's an important, thank you, sir. That's awesome. Look at that. We had the door open. That's awesome. I appreciate that. And so, yeah. And so the one, so you can imagine with the Starfarer, not the Gemini, it's got like that extra size 6 fuel scoop on the nose, so it can actually generate its own hydrogen, a lot faster than the Starfarer Gemini. Of course, the Gemini is the military variant. It's got much more heavy armor. It's supposed to have a little beefier thrusters, and of course, it does have the missile pack on the nose. So it's really been kind of an interesting back and forth. I was like 100% sold on the Starfarer Gemini, the more military variant, for our organizational operations, but it is going to be interesting to see if maybe that extra fuel scoop on the nose makes a big difference if you just happen to be scooping your own. So it's just kind of a curiosity of mine. Makes me kind of wonder if maybe I'm not renting them when 317 first comes out, and just kind of seeing how fast they can scoop it would oh, my stars in heaven.
Back again, I see.
Look at this poor fella here.
Finding everything all right?
Yikes. I look like that from time to time in life. Anyway, so Squirrel Lord says, I got my Prospector fixed up. I'm going to take it to Leary and see if it doesn't shut down after I crack a rock next time. Well, easy for me to say. Wish me luck. I plan to test it before I live stream. That's a good idea, Squirrel. Give it a test and make sure it works. Yeah, we've had a definitely an interesting stream today. Darkside, good to see you. How you been, Darkside? It's nice to see you aboard. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to set up this work order here. This is not a uni, but a darn good run nonetheless. I'll go ahead and throw that in Dynix. And yeah, we'll go ahead and let me think about this here. Let's see, we've got 25 and 23 and 30. So 30 and 20, 53, 63, 70, 78 there. And then, oh yeah, so, and then 23 there. So Hundo, 115, 145, 55, 65, 175 SCU or so roughly cooking in the hopper. That is fantastic. I'm gonna go. This guy's looking. Look like he's. I don't know. Having a rough day. So, this is one of those times when we kind of do this thing. And so, Darkside, we streamed extra long today. We don't normally do this. It's a Sunday stream. We streamed a little longer. We did a cargo run. It kind of showed you guys how to do the second part of the gameplay loop. We did, some Lyria mining. We got blown up on Lyria by somebody. Not sure if that was on purpose or not. Don't care. It was funny. And we thought that was really hilarious. Then we did some air and halo mining. In the air and halo, we did pull down a uni. And so... and then we actually went back to Lyria. And I wanted to kind of go back to Lyria because, I had been blown up on Lyria. But look, I returned. I went to the southern hemisphere. I went down to the South Pole and found a quiet place and made Lyria work as well. So I really want to thank... I had a wonderful... 9 helped me out today. That's Redemption in the stream. Really appreciate your help today. That was awesome. All the escort stuff was fantastic. Truly appreciated it. And so one of the things I like to say, you guys, we do have in the link of the stream is SpectreFleet.space. That is the best org in the verse by a mile. We do have QuantCalc in there. My Discord handle's in there. If you just want to ask me some questions about mining on the DM or on the DL, please do. I mean, I love talking this stuff. Ninja says, looks like he came out of the taffy pulling room. Yeah, that does happen. Usually, people will send me screenshots that I look like this poor fella over here. So yeah, so it's kind of an interesting thing there. So, anyways, I wanted to thank you all. It's been a lovely stream today. I wish you all the best. Come check us out. I'm going to be doing lots more mining streams in the future and get on more of a regular schedule at some point, but who knows when. Just kind of going to keep playing it by ear until then. Have a lovely day, everybody. Enjoy your Sunday, and I'll see you all around the verse.